opportunity as well to express a little bit of disappointment at the fact that the Olympic Games have not been televised on our national TV. I think we could have done a little bit better with that because, you know, I don't think there's a better opportunity for our youngsters to be motivated and inspired than through the Olympic Games. Yes, I know the games are being shown on Flow TV and so on, but there's quite a sizable number of persons who don't have access to that medium. And I really would have loved to see maybe the National Lottery or somebody put some money into making sure that it was on national TV. That's something that that we can consider for future similar events and opportunities to motivate our young people. I also would like to extend congratulations to Thean Gordon on being appointed as the technical director for football in this country. I know Thean from a very long time. In fact, him and my deceased son Weezy were very good friends and they played together. I remember when Thean came up to my house at Mackey's Hill, I had my other young little son at the time who just graduated from university in New York on a basketball scholarship, and Thean and Weezy would take Opong to preschool. And I think it's a very, very important appointment for Thean, considering his journey to where he is now, coming from Chateaubelair, and when he moved to Kingston to attend the St. Vincent Grammar School, him and his dad relocated to Mala Village, and Thean has done tremendous things. His most recent exploit was a tournament which he organized in the Sion Hill area, which was just recently completed. He also represented, interestingly, Minister, you may know this, but you didn't mention it. He also represented our country in under-15 cricket as well at the national level. Various disciplines, all right. And went on to be the captain of the senior national team, manager of the senior national team as well. And I also would like to join with the honorable member from Central Leeward in congratulating Chester Morgan for being appointed as the director of coaches and camp with the main responsibility to develop coaches' education and athletes' development for NACA. Chester is a very, well, he's been tried and tested and proven. And for somebody at such a young age to have accomplished what he has accomplished thus far, I think is real good motivation for other youngsters, especially our young men. And I want to congratulate them. And finally, I'd like to also extend congratulations to two of our female cricketers who have been a part of the West Indies female outfit. I know the Honorable Prime Minister would be happy to hear this one. Janella Glasgow from Park Hill. She was just a part of the West Indies A setup in Antigua, which accommodated the Pakistan tour. And she's also been retained as a part of the squad for the upcoming South Africa tour to the West Indies. But I'd also like to congratulate our teammate, another Vincentian, Jafina Joseph from Stubbs. I've been informed that she's the niece of Danley Joseph. And also one of our former female cricketers and now coach, Samantha Lynch, who is a part of the West Indies women's coaching staff. And I'd like to extend congratulations to all of them. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Much obliged.
Recognize the Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to offer congratulations to the Ministry of Education, in particular, the top management team of the PS, Chief Education Officer, as well as the head of the Examinations and Assessment Unit for their successful administration of the Caribbean Primary Exit Assessment Examination. I think it is very important that I put on record mine as Minister of Education and the government's gratitude, because this high-stake examination was held at a time, as we all know, where our country faced many challenges. It was not just the COVID-19 and protocols, but significantly, it was held at a time when many of our students had to find sanctuary and shelters away from the explosive eruption of the volcano. So I just want once again to thank those persons at the Ministry of Education and of course the principals and those who basically volunteered as invigilators. I saw many going beyond the call of duty to ensure that we had a successful administration of that exam. I too would like to add my voice to the commendations, congratulations to our young athletes at the Olympics. For me, I'm always very happy when I look at my television screen and see Shane Cadogan involved. I think some time ago, I made a prediction that I believe the first time we are going to be medaling at the Olympics would be away from the traditional sports. And I really see swimming as one of those potential. I would also like to congratulate Tian Gordon and Chester Morgan for the appointment, one at the national level, technical director of the Football Federation, and the other at the level, sub-regional level, NACA. Tian, I remember well, as the member for West Kingston indicated, was an all-round sportsman. And my first on the 15 team at the St. Vincent Grammar School. I say my first because I was then manager and coach of that team. And I remember selecting Tian above some other outstanding players as captain of the under 15 cricket team. But I had seen in him, even at that early stage, a level of maturity that was not common among many students of his age. And I had no doubt that he would somehow go on to be an outstanding leader in the area of cricket as well as football, because he was also captain of the junior team at the junior football team at the St. Vincent Grammar School. So I'm very happy, and I've been following his progress, both as a teacher and as a coach. And therefore, I want to wish Tian all the best. And finally, I must say something about Chester Morgan, another dedicated sporting official here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I know you would like to hear this, but in the last year of my headship at the St. Vincent Grammar School, we completed 7 consecutive victories in the athletics, inter-school athletics competition. And I recall over the last 4 years prior to that victory, Chester would come to me and say, we are going to be at grammar school this year. And every year he will be he would have been disappointed. But I remember the last year, he said to me, I think I know the formula that you all use. Come next year, I'm going to beat grammar school. Well, I said to him, unfortunately, I would not be there. So I really can't doubt what you say, but I know it would be a challenge. Unfortunately, that competition did not come off due to COVID-19. What I would give Chester so that he could be comforted is the fact that the Barley Secondary School was leading after the heats and early field events were completed. So he could perhaps boast and say, had the competition been held, we would have won. But of course, none of us know whether or not that would have been so. But I really want to commend Chester and encourage him to continue his pursuit of excellence in his chosen field. Much obliged, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Central Kingstown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I join with my colleague, member for East Kingstown, and colleagues on the other side, member for West St. George and Central Leeward, in their commendation to our standing young persons. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I not only adopt the commendations, but it is good that our listening public also have an appreciation that those of us who have the privilege to be in this hallowed hall called the Parliament also have other roles in other life and other eyes, ears, and nose for things Vincentian, especially our young people, and very often closer to the ground than many people credit us for. And you heard the very personal testimonies of the member for West St. George with respect to Tian, Gordon, and Chester himself, a one-time sports potential himself, one time. But Madam Speaker, I had the distinct privilege in 2006 to have been the president of the Football Federation when Chester Morgan captained the St. Vincent U team, as it were, that was qualifying for the Olympics. And I think Tian was also vice captain to that team. That's near 15 years ago. That in itself is important, Madam Speaker, because so many of our people fall by the wayside and are unable to maintain their personal or other disciplines that can catapult them to where they should be in our Vincentian society. But both Chester and Tian have been consistent through their clubs, through the national service, to be where they are now. And I have no doubt that there are individuals who 5-10 years from now would be in the national leadership of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in some form and fashion. Tian replaces Mamadi as technical director for the national football team. Mamadi himself, outstanding contributor out of South Leeward, and we thank him for his service. But it's perhaps a good decision by the Federation to move on to younger talent in Tian, because we say we are listening and following the Olympics. How true it is that countries' greatness and achievements are very often measured by the activities on the sporting fields rather than on battlefields and gross domestic product and all sort of other measures that you could highlight performance of countries and nations. And in the same breath, Madam Speaker, I'm happy that, I know of Shane's academic pursuits, and I think it may be just as creditable for the other members who in that delegation. Well, it is evident, that the athlete Maloney is there at the university, and the freighter probably will be one day. But it's such a wonderful thing when people can marry their sporting achievements to their academic pursuits. And maybe in the same way that Honorable Fitz Bramble did in East Kingstown, because it represents the balance, growth, and development of our young people that is so necessary today to guide this country forward. And so I salute all those who at one stage or the other would have played a part in molding their characters. And I'm hoping that this message out of this parliament today reaches them so that they're encouraged to excel in their various spheres of endeavor. I have a particular interest with Chester and Central Leeward, and I hope to see him grow and wish him well. Much obliged, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the occasion of these congratulations to these outstanding young people, it's an occasion for us at the same time to make some general comments about the interplay between sports and individual development and national development and the intersecting of public policy with all of these matters. Madam Speaker, a policy initiated by this government and which we continue to pursue is that anyone who represents St. Vincent and the Grenadines in any sporting discipline ought either to be at school or at work. That's the policy. And the resources exist for that policy. And the will at the highest levels of government exists for that policy to be implemented in the most efficacious ways. Unfortunately, on some occasions, the relevant sporting disciplines and organizations in those sporting disciplines and sometimes the individuals themselves don't hear this message and don't take advantage of it. There are dozens, literally dozens of cases that I know of personally, the interface excellence in academia and in sports. I don't want to recount those because this is not the occasion for that, only to assert that as a fact. And if anyone is out there who represents the country, you ought to be at school or at work. I want to reemphasize that. And I come now to these individuals. Let's take our Olympians. Let's take Shafiqa Maloney. And if I may say this, Madam Speaker, not only is the Ministry of Sports very much involved in these matters, but the Office of the Prime Minister. I can trace the journey, Madam Speaker, of Shafiqa from Maracua and permission from her mother to have her go to St. Kitts, to have someone in St. Kitts coach her, somebody from here go and live there to help to look after her and also help to coach her. I have conversation with the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis to ensure that she and one or two others get the benefit of the facilities in those countries where, with the particular individuals, which their coach, in this case, Michael Lord of Mercy Olivier, whom I commend in this regard, for them to be supported in one way or another. And that's why, Madam Speaker, we have done what we have done with the National Lottery, to bring it from an organization of under $10 million in revenue, gross revenue, in 2001, to a number approaching $100 million. It would have reached $100 million for this year were it not for the volcanic eruptions. And a lot of resources are being put to individual sportsmen and sportswomen, in addition to facilities through the National Lottery. And I commend Mr. Seeley and Murray Bullock for individuals who are playing a leading part in the National Lottery as CEO and chairman of the National Lottery, respectively. Shane Cadogan, I know this young man quite well. His mother is my dentist. Shane, and I've had many conversations with him. Shane is an A student. Actually, last year, he came second overall in the CAPE examinations, was pipped only at the tape by an exceptional young lady too, Miss Ferguson, whom I also know and whom I've had conversations with on more than one occasion. And Shane, in doing his math, physics, chemistry, and I think also additional math, got straight A's, and of course in the communication studies, straight A's. And he aced the SATs, the Scholastic Aptitude Tests, at a very prestigious Ivy League university in the United States. And because of the COVID, he has had to pursue much of his education by distance. He was up and he had to come back. I want the students out, I want the young people out there to see the issue what was put on the table by the honorable member, my friend from Central Kingston. And I'm providing a summary chapter and verse in these cases. Maya de Freitas is also a student of high quality, and I expect her to grow in swimming and in her academics. In relation to swimming, a lot of people don't know that the government, and in particular the Prime Minister, we have given over Shrewsbury House to swimming. From the very first months of this administration, it was requested of me by the female cricket team, the Cricket Association, the female cricket team, to have them have a camp there. And Madam Speaker, the public servants, their advice was, no, you can't use a residence where the Prime Minister lived, because Sir James lived in that, while the residence on St. Vincent, while the residence up at Old Montrose was being restored by him. And I asked, why not? And there could be no cogent reasons, and I gave the instruction that they can use it. And they took care of it. And Stephen Joachim, who has done remarkable work for swimming, and also with his children with swimming. He has been a driving force in that regard. And the support also in relation to the National Lottery with swimming. I know sometimes Stephen would wish more support, but everybody would wish more support. The cases of Tian Gordon and Chester Morgan, they're children of the education revolution. And I want persons to go. I want persons to watch. Young people like those we have been talking about. And don't say that you can just study, that you can't study. You must be able to study something, certainly at your CXC level, and then use that as a base to do something else. You have a basic education, and then you can get some other skills while you're pursuing the sports. I congratulate them. I congratulate Janelle Glasgow, whom I know from Park Hill. She's a splendid cricketer. So too is Miss Joseph, whom I know also. And I had to chide a few months ago Janelle for hiding her talent under a bushel. But she's a remarkable athlete, remarkable cricketer, young lady. And she will go very far. And she is going places. And she has to strengthen that with the academics. And I told her that. Samantha Lynch, you know, Madam Speaker, the Chief Personnel Office can tell you the number of occasions I've had to say to them, don't use the rules too tightly against our leading sports personalities and our coaches and the like. Because Samantha's had to get a lot of leave to go and do different things in different, beyond the usual leave. And I said, no, let them get it. Let her get the leave like other persons do, and we continue to pay them in excess of that which is allotted. In other words, you're involved in the sports, I'm not going to allow the book to constrain you. And I would give the approval. I say all of this so the public will see the trajectory of everything. And I'm hopeful that those who on the other side would not allow opposition politics when we do certain things to just simply be negative. Like, for instance, the negativism when we were doing over the Annisvale cricket facility in 2007. And it was being said that is a waste of money, could be spent elsewhere. We spent $54 million there. In fact, some sporting disciplines were saying we're spending too much on cricket. And we remember not too long ago, including in the last general election, the negativism towards the sporting facility at Diamond, where the use of it is amazing. I have one of the employees at the official residence of the Prime Minister, who lives not too far from there. She will speak to me with joy to see the number of young people who use that facility properly. And of course, she speaks with dismay when some try to vandalize it or let go their cattle to damage the track. This has provided us an opportunity today. It has taken a little time, and I listened very carefully to all the commendations. And I want to commend everyone who has been involved with this. And I want to repeat my commendations to Michael Lord of Mercy Olivier, whom the government also, against the views of some, we insist that he be supported here. He came out from Jamaica. Son of the Soil went to Jamaica, very much involved in training athletes who have done wonderful things in Jamaica. And he's here. Huh? I know he's also an Olympian, yes. And I want to urge persons who are involved in coaching and in the management of various organizations. I'm urging everybody, just drop your personal agendas and your personal vanities and let us work together for the improvement of sports and of the sports personalities and the respective sporting organizations. I'm obliged. I may just, before I sit, congratulate our sister party, the St. Lucia Labour Party, and Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre, the leader of the St. Lucia Labour Party, the SLP2 government, and Philip Pierre as to the office of Prime Minister. It was an amazing triumph. Alan Chastanet became Prime Minister the last time, winning 11 out of 17 seats. The Labour Party got 6 seats. They've now doubled that number to 12. A 100% increase in number of seats. No, they've gotten 12. There are two independent seats, make it 14. And the opposition got 3. The United Workers' Party, the sister party of the New Democratic Party in St. Lucia, got 3. Oh, they're actually, yes, you're quite correct. A 13th one was declared. 13, yes, a 13th one was declared. You're quite right, General Secretary. The 7 ministers lost their seats. It's remarkable. And we are having in the Parliament of St. Lucia 3 former prime ministers and 1 sitting prime minister, because we have Kenny Anthony, my friend, who won his seat, increasing his vote by 9-10% in his seat in Vieux Fort, and Stephenson King, who was prime minister, heading a UWP government. And I suspect he may get a ministry inside of this government. He ran as an independent, but he works fairly well with Philip Pierre. And then, of course, Alan Chastanet himself. And then Philip Pierre, who is the new prime minister. I want to congratulate the St. Lucia Labour Party and Philip Pierre on a stunning victory. It has seen yet again the triumph of the validity of the ideas and programs of social democracy, of nationalism, of regional integration, and of anti-imperialism. It has shown that again. For those persons who think these things are out of style and out of fashion, don't understand the political economy in these islands, in the region, and also in the world. I want to use this opportunity to, Madam Speaker, to thank former Prime Minister Chastany for his contribution to the continued strengthening of relations between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Lucia. And I want to thank him for being a partner in the very cordial relations between ourselves. I want to congratulate, in addition to Stephenson King, who ran as an independent, to congratulate Richard Fedrick, who ran as an independent Labour in Castries Central. I have already spoken to Prime Minister Philip Pierre on more than one occasion. I would have been there with them on Monday had the event of the swearing-in occurred on Monday, where the swearing-in of the ministers is taking place at a public ceremony today. And I wish them all the best. And the government of St. Lucia always, having been elected by the people of St. Lucia, can rely on the government and people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for continued support. I'm obliged.
Honorable Minister of Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, despite the congratulatory remarks by my political leader and Prime Minister, I would feel uneasy if I didn't extend personal congratulations in my capacity as General Secretary and personally to Philip Pierre and the St. Lucia Labour Party. The victory we have not seen in this Caribbean in a long time with regards to the votes. There was a 15,000 turnaround of voters in this election, moving from 11-6 to 13-2-2. There are seats, Madam Speaker, where the UWP candidate, let's take Rosalie, won by 1,792 votes in 2016 and lost by 2,000 votes in this election. A 3,800 voter turnaround in favor of the St. Lucia Labour Party. And in his own seat, Philip Pierre, is a 1,500 vote turnaround. He won by only 236 in the last election. But Philip Pierre, has been representing his constituency since 1997, 24 years, and has served in the Labour Party government in ministerial portfolios. I believe that most persons didn't know a lot of him, but we go back in 1973, 74, when I worked in St. Lucia at CIBC. Two young men walked into the office, one we called Pip and one we called JJ, Pip being Philip Pierre. And I was then the accountant of the branch there. I hired Philip and JJ, Pip and JJ. And since then, we have maintained contact off and on over the years. Politically, we have assisted each other in many ways, both at a personal and party level. So my personal congratulations to Philip Pierre for finally becoming the Prime Minister of St. Vincent of St. Lucia. And to his credit, at 66, 67, thereabout, he presides over Parliament, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, of 3 other Prime Ministers. And I don't think that you can see that very frequently in these parts or worldwide. So on behalf of the Unity Labour Party and myself, I extend sincerest congratulations to Philip Pear and the St. Lucia Labour Party. Thank you.
Honorable Government Senator in the Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to offer congratulatory remarks in relation to a few important milestones. The first one is hearty congratulations to the state of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the United Mexican States for celebrating 31 years of diplomatic relations. Madam Speaker, as you know, I recently visited Mexico to attend the CELAC conference, and I must say, and I want to put it on record, that the hospitality that was received by the Mexican government was second to none. They made us feel welcomed and they made us feel at home, and I want to publicly thank them. I also want to congratulate again St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the Republic of China on Taiwan for celebrating 40 years of diplomatic relations this year. And we are celebrating this month. Given the restrictions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, we are not celebrating as we would want to, but we will still mark that milestone. And the Republic of China and Taiwan has been a very close ally to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, particularly in the area of education, where many of our students have traveled to Taiwan and received university education, and they come back, for the ones who come back, and even if they don't come back, they acquire education that will assist them in advancing themselves. And I want to take this opportunity as well to congratulate all of the students, the Vincentian students who have graduated from the various universities in Taiwan. And I am seeing on social media posts by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, as well as the embassy, the SVG embassy in Taiwan, of the stunning and stellar performance of our Vincentian students. And it has to be acknowledged. The education revolution is alive and well, and it's being televised, and people need to tune in. Madam Speaker, finally, I want to congratulate the students who participated in the annual essay writing competition, which was hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. I want to congratulate them because participation, despite the restrictions of COVID-19, participation in the competition increased. And I know our children had a lot of things to deal with from last year into this year, but they still managed to participate. And I want to congratulate all of them who participated, and especially the students who placed in the top 5 positions for each category. I want to congratulate them. I am very much obliged, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to congratulate all of those students who, after so many trying times and delays, they have finally begun writing their CSEC exams. Having recently just completed the CPA exams, I know that they were looking forward to it, but had to overcome serious hurdles. I wish them well, Madam Speaker. and to let them know that we understand the difficulties under which they operated and continue to. They have now started doing the written exams, multiple choice, I'm told. But we do expect them to do their very best. And I trust they will all be able, even in these circumstances, to accomplish that. Madam Speaker, I wish also to join in the congratulations of our Olympians, Maya De Freitas, Shane Cadogan, and Shafika Maloney. It is a rare accomplishment and privilege and blessing, quite frankly, to be able to reach to that level of performance so as to take part in the highest competition that we know, the Olympics. And I want to congratulate them on their accomplishment and to thank them for their service to our country, and hope that they will continue on this platform to excel in whatever they seek to do now in their early life, but also as they grow older and take on even greater responsibilities. My sincerest congratulations again to them. Madam Speaker, I also wish to congratulate the Honorable Prime Minister, Philip J. Pierre of St. Lucia and the St. Lucia Labour Party on their outstanding performance and victory in the recently concluded general elections. As the Honorable Senator Francis has pointed out, they achieved large majorities and turnarounds in votes in various constituencies and won 13 of the 17 seats, indicating quite clearly, Madam Speaker, that the people of St. Lucia spoke clearly and loudly, and that the government now, having won a majority of the seats and having had a majority of the votes in the general elections, can say indisputably that it has a clear mandate from the people of St. Lucia to govern them for the next 5 years, or whatever time they choose to call an election. Unlike the situation here, of course, where the government won a majority of the seats, but not a majority of the votes. I wish also to, Madam Speaker, to congratulate my colleague, the Honorable Alan Chastanet, for retaining his seat even after the massive swing towards the other party, the St. Lucia Labour Party, for his service to the people of St. Lucia and to the region as Prime Minister of St. Lucia. And I am sure his continued service to the people of that great country and to the region. I wish them all, Madam Speaker, all the members in the Parliament, all the people who supported and those who did not, the government, well, and trust that the foundation that has been laid by the Chastanet government as well will be built upon, and the present administration will find much that they can continue and develop for the people of St. Lucia. That's how governments work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Clerk.
Confirmation of the minutes.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, I beg to move that the minutes of the sittings of this honorable House held on Tuesday, the 6th of July, and Thursday, the 8th of July, 2021, be confirmed.
Honorable members, the question is that the minutes of the sittings of Tuesday, 6 July 2021, and that of Thursday, 8 July 2021, respectively, be confirmed. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minutes are so confirmed.
Announcements by the Speaker.
I just have two very short announcements. I wish to bring to the attention of members of the House that by way of correspondence dated 19th July 2021, the Honorable Member for West Kingstown made a request for further leave of absence, which has been granted until the 30th of September 2021. Also, by way of letter dated 27th July 2021, the Honorable Senator Morgan made a request also for further leave of absence, which has been granted to the 26th August 2021. Madam Clerk.
Statements by ministers.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Papers.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table financial statement for the statutory company Braxa for the year ending 31st of December 2014. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, I beg to lay before this honorable House of Assembly paper number 7 of 2021, the 2020 annual report of the National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. Thank
you. Questions for oral answers.
Honorable Member.
If you would entertain me, Madam Speaker, I go back to the papers 1, House of Assembly, Building Roads for 2014. And I inquire of the relevance of the papers, Madam Speaker. It's not even papers for the last outgoing administration, which is for 2015 to 2019. What are we really supposed to do with those sorts of data and information, Madam Speaker? The point is, we really have to make an effort to make governments accountable for activities within their periods. Unless we're going to do that, these papers are going to continue to be useless before this honorable House. I'm not laying blame on the honorable minister, but we ought to make accountabilities of the government to be within the terms of office. This is not even the previous outgoing administration. It's the administration before that. that's coming forth in 2021. It's really neither here nor there. Let's commit to it, Madam Speaker. Please.
Madam Speaker, the honorable member for Central Kingston is quite correct. We insist on all occasions that statutory boards, companies, public enterprises of one sort or another, bring their accounts up to date, audited accounts. I don't want you to tell me you have draft accounts. I want to see all the accounts up to date. Audited statements. In fact, the honorable member will know that there are many of these entities. In fact, I will say most of them bring their accounts here on a timely basis. The big ones, for instance, come to mind: NIS, Vinlec. Well, Vinlec do theirs at SIPO, CWSA, and so on and so forth. Bank of St. Vincent and Grenadines do that to SIPO. But there is, if you have an audited firm which is not doing their work on a timely basis, change the auditing firm. And it is not just your operational accounts or your draft accounts. You must have the audited statements of accounts. So that I want to give the assurance to the honorable member that he's speaking to a completely open door in this regard.
Madam Clerk.
Questions for oral answers?
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask question number 1, standing in my name, and to ask the Honorable Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Technology. The question reads, the report for the 2018 poverty assessment has not been released to the public by the government, but was made public by members of the opposition last year. This generated much public interest and discussion. At that time, members of the government responded that the report was not yet complete. Will the minister please state one, whether the 2018 poverty assessment has been completed? 2, if it has been completed, when the report will be released to the public? And 3, if it has not been completed, explain why it has not been completed.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, honorable members. The preamble of the question posed by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition is false on its face. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition stated, I'm quoting, that the report for the 2018 poverty country assessment has not been released to the public by the government, but was made public by members of the opposition last year, the report. To date, there is no report for the 2018 enhanced country poverty assessment. Indeed, no consultants have been procured as of now to generate the so-called reports that the opposition claims to have released. At best, the opposition can claim to have gained access to an incomplete set of data, which they then packaged as a report, devoid of context or analysis, in an attempt to politicize an ongoing statistical process. Indeed, the very language of today's inquiry, where the opposition, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition first states that the report was made public, then later asks whether the same report is actually complete, begs the question of what it was that they released. If they claim to have made the report public, how can they then ask if the same report has been completed? Setting aside this initial falsehood, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition will no doubt recall that when the issue was last broached in Parliament in June, I informed this Honorable House that the institutional analysis and the participatory poverty assessment components of the study were incomplete and that the process was slowed tremendously due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The impact of the pandemic, as the Honorable Member is aware, has not abated, while the data collection process for 4 of the 5 components have concluded. That is the survey of living conditions and household budget survey, the macro socioeconomic assessment, the participatory poverty assessment, and the institutional analysis. The final analysis of these components and their contingent reports have not yet been completed. It is important to remind this Honorable House about precisely what is involved in the 2018 Enhanced Country Poverty Assessment and to highlight some critical qualitative and methodological differences between this multidimensional study and previous assessments. These differences are critical to understanding the changed assessments of poverty over time and render meaningless any trite, opportunistic attempts to draw conclusions between 2018 incomplete data and earlier studies as if comparing like and like. Prior to the 2018 assessment, data collection and analysis of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 2 previous poverty studies were performed by Kyrie Consultants, a 30-year-old Trinidadian consultancy with wide experience in poverty analysis throughout the Caribbean. The 2018 assessment involved different formulae, processes, consultants, and methodologies in an effort to more fully capture the various factors that influence poverty in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. New poverty lines, indigence lines, vulnerability lines were established, reflecting not only inflation, but fundamentally different underlying assessments as to what items contribute to the basket of goods measured. Additionally, the Consumer Price Index, which undergirds and adjusts the poverty lines, was radically reconfigured and rebased in 2010, making comparisons of pre- and post-2010 CPIs difficult. The changes were significant. According to an analysis of the changes published by our statistical office in 2010, and I'm quoting, it was revealed that consumption patterns in St. Vincent and the Grenadines have changed significantly. The share of expenditure allocated to housing, fuel, and light experienced the largest increase, moving from 12.7% in 2001 to 30.06% in 2010, reflecting the addition of rent to the basket. In contrast, the share of expenditure allocated to food has fallen significantly from 53.6% in 2001 to 21.9% in 2010. The clothing and footwear group also experienced a decline from 8.87% to 3.2%. Similarly, the expenditure share for communication rose from 2.45% in 2001 to 9.4% in 2010, reflecting the importance of cellular phones and mobile communication. On its face, therefore, comparing data that barely even included the cost of rent to one that tripled its weight, or halved the weight for food, or doubled or tripled the influence for transportation and fuel, or added new categories like mobile phone use, requires nuanced analysis and explanation. In the absence of reports, this information and important context is missing. As a quantitative matter, the new data increases and shifts the indigence, poverty, and vulnerability thresholds upwards by between 19 and 28% per category, shifting the annual poverty and vulnerability lines upwards by over $1,000. Beyond these raw numbers, The very measure of what constitutes spending habits and poverty change significantly between one study and the next. In addition to computing the various indigence, poverty, and vulnerability thresholds, the Enhanced Country Poverty Assessment will use multidimensional poverty measurement to update social indicators. There was no parallel multidimensional poverty measurement in earlier studies. It will also examine the processes that generate and maintain conditions conducive to poverty and deprivation, existing responses to the poverty situation, and the means available for effective poverty reduction. This Enhanced Country Poverty Assessment is comprehensive and encompasses a mix of both quantitative and qualitative research methods to provide detailed information on the living conditions of the population. This study is comprised of 5 components, all of which are equally important in determining the level and extent of poverty in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There is the Survey of Living Conditions and Household Budget Survey. That, Madam Speaker, is a quantitative data assessment. All data collections for this are complete. The data processing phase is complete. As such, rough estimates of monetary and multidimensional poverty have been generated for internal discussion. The next step is the preparation of an analytical report and findings, during which the money metric and multidimensional poverty measures will be evaluated. Initial arrangements for analysis of the data through the OECS were not realized, and subsequently assistance is being sought through the World Bank to complete that process. Second is the macro socioeconomic assessment, and the macro socioeconomic assessment provides information on how exogenous factors influence poverty in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Draft report is being completed, and currently it's being reviewed and will be finalized as soon as statistics from the other components are available to be included in that analysis. The participatory poverty assessment attempts to understand poverty through the eyes of the poor, involves one-on-one group discussions with persons in selected communities, and you can appreciate the difficulties in having those one-on-one consultations and community consultations in this time. Data collection activities are being completed. Transcription of discussions and interviews were completed in September. The next step is the preparation of an analytical report of the PPA findings. Applications for the post of consultant have been received and are being evaluated. There's the institutional analysis, which provides an understanding of the institutions and services that are critical to improving living conditions. Data collection activities have been completed. Transcription of discussions and interviews were completed in the second half of last year. The next step is the preparation of the analytical report of these findings. Applications for the post of consultant have been received and are being evaluated. The poverty and vulnerability mapping exercise combines information gathered from the other 4 components and generates maps that show the different factors affecting poverty and vulnerability in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in a regional way. The maps can be used to help design interventions by demonstrating geographic variations in poverty and areas that are lagging in development that might be targeted with specific actions. Preparatory work has not yet commenced, as the finalization of data from the other components is required. Methodologically, the differences between the 2018 assessment and previous studies were significant. For example, the printed survey questions that were used in 2007 could not be used in the 2018 study because printing of the vastly revised and expanded 2018 questionnaire would have produced an 83-page document. New computer-assisted interview models were devised and were tested in that respect for the first time. Additionally, the assessment moved from a diary method to a recall method between 2007 and 2018. In the diary method, as the name suggests, diaries are given to households, and those households then use those diaries to document expenditure and to collect bills over a number of weeks. In the recall method, which was used this time, there is no documentation of expenses, but rather an interview that relies on the interviewee's recollection of what they bought, what their household bought, and what they consumed during a previous period. Both methods have advantages and disadvantages, centered around the accuracy of documentation on one hand versus the accuracy of memory and bias when having conversations with the interviewer on the other hand. And in testing, we realized that it varied. Even the same individual provided different responses based on who the interviewer was and the order in which questions were presented. Internally, the alleged leaking of incomplete data to members of the opposition for political manipulation has also caused delay and reassessment. Under the stewardship of the Trinidadian Kyrie consultants in previous assessments, the sanctity of the data was better protected from local political partisanship and potential manipulation. We did not control for this exercise, for this variable in 2018. In moving to a more localized and autonomous system of collection, storage, and analysis, our data set has been politically compromised in a manner that required analysis of its underlying reliability. In addition to the relatively minor task of identifying the source of the alleged leak, the Statistical Office and the Ministry of Economic Planning is engaged in an analysis of whether the political motivations of certain individuals with access to statistics may have not caused only leakage, but actual manipulation of source data. That process is ongoing. In sum, therefore, the analysis of three major components are incomplete. The process is therefore incomplete, and reports from those three major components have yet to be generated. These are due, as was explained, delays related to COVID, reallocation of resources in recent challenges, and potential political contamination of the source data. Tangentially, COVID and the volcanic eruptions will also delay the gathering, analysis, and publishing of census data, and there will be an announcement on that delay in the near future. Cabinet has recently made a decision on that. These are significant impediments to ordinary statistical work. It is difficult at this point to accurately estimate when the procurement process for the various consultants, because it's different consultants doing different reports, will be completed. The 2018 Enhanced Country Poverty Assessment will be a series of very useful data points. It is important to analyze not only the efficacy of anti-poverty measures, but the level of vulnerability of our poorest citizens to exogenous shocks. The only complete report that we now possess measured poverty levels before the impact of the global economic and financial crisis. That was the report from 2007-2008. Using poverty data from other jurisdictions as a guide, local poverty likely increased in the aftermath of the global crisis before peaking and trending downwards over the course of the subsequent decade. However, of even more urgent significance is attempting to quantify the impact of ongoing cataclysmic shocks to vulnerable Vincentians, including the COVID pandemic, the volcanic eruptions of La Soufrière, and climate and weather-related disasters such as Hurricane Elsa. These factors, whose impacts are still being acutely felt, have made the 2018 assessment useful, but obviously not reflective of the current levels of vulnerability on the ground today. Notwithstanding the presence of occasional rogue elements, I want to stress that our Office of Statistics is well-led, hardworking, professional, and committed. It is an important institution whose function we must develop and attempt to insulate from partisan political interference. The government is committed to collecting, analyzing, and publishing accurate and open data that can be used to educate the public and inform policy in a variety of areas. In that regard, notwithstanding our ongoing challenges, the government has very recently successfully negotiated a $2 million Data for Development soft loan from the World Bank to strengthen our ability to procure useful statistics in a timely manner and to strengthen our statistical arm. Given our obvious challenges of COVID and the volcanic eruptions, our statistics department is working closely with the World Bank to produce social assessments and poverty data that may accurately capture the current levels of vulnerability in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Oblige.
Supplementary, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
A lot of information, but still incomplete. The question is, Madam Speaker, whether, given all that the Honorable Minister has indicated, a 2018 poverty assessment report or study will be completed, because we are now 3 years on, and the comparability of the 1998, 2008, 2018, every 10-year span, I assume is important for assessing the progress or lack thereof at poverty assessment. So I want to know if the 2018 report will indeed be done, or whether we're looking here at a just information gathering up to 2021 and beyond.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, that's not a supplementary question, that's a rejoinder, because I answered that question in my initial statement.
Very well. Question number 2. Question number 2, Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, may I just ask for my own guidance going forward? What is the difference between a rejoinder question and a supplementary question? It's the first time I've heard the term referred to here in this House. I'm not asking you, I'm asking the
Well,
Speaker.
what would have happened if you have a look at Standing Order 21? Standing Order 21, especially 21.2, indicates that you may ask a supplementary question for the purpose of elucidating the answer given orally. So clearly what the Honorable Minister has indicated, and I agree in this particular circumstance, is that the question that you were asking, he had already answered. So if we could move on now, please. Thank you.
Well, I'll have to read the text of the answer again. Madam Speaker, I rise to ask question number 2, standing in my name, of the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Civil Aviation, Sustainable Development and Culture. Last year, the government announced that Virgin Atlantic would begin air service from the UK to St. Vincent and the Grenadines in June this year. The commencement date has been pushed back to later this year. Will the Minister please state, 1, what is the arrangement between the airline, Virgin Atlantic, and the government for operating the service? 2, whether the government has agreed to pay for seats that are not sold on each flight? And 3, if so, what will be the cost of the arrangement to the government?
Yes. Honorable Minister of Tourism, Civil Aviation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to indicate, Madam Speaker, in answering the question, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, that there's a sustained confidence from international airlines that operate direct flights to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And this is exhibited in their continued weekly service to this destination. And despite the downturn in air travel due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And just to highlight, when you look at American Airlines, started here in 2018, December of 2018, made their inaugural flight. They continue to commence their weekly service from Miami to Argyle. And a year after their inaugural flight, commenced a second weekly flight on Wednesdays during the peak of the tourism months and the season. American Airlines will return to 2 weekly flights in October, Wednesdays and Saturdays, commencing from October 2021. Air Canada Rouge was pleased with its performance in the 2017-2018 winter season, operating at a 90% load factor on its Pearson to Argyle route. The carrier made its inaugural flight to the destination in December, again, of 2017. And they also added a second weekly flight to the destination a year after. They will return to St. Vincent and the Grenadines sometime roughly on November the 1st, 2021. And of course, their suspension of service was as a result of the restriction in travel as it relates to the Canadian government instituting that against the region and South America. Caribbean Airlines, they commenced their non-stop, their JFK to St. Vincent service, March of 2018. They too also subsequently added a second flight on Saturdays during the summer period. And that complemented their year-round weekly Wednesday service. And they too will also once again return to direct flights from JFK to Argyle on October the 20th, 2021. As it relates to Virgin, and we've been having extensive discussions and negotiations with international airlines coming to this destination. And this is even in the midst of the downturn in travel and tourism internationally. In November last year, Virgin announced it will be launching its first flight from Europe to St. Vincent and the Grenadines with new services to Argyle International Airport, departing from London Heathrow. The arrangement with Virgin and the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines will see a twice weekly service, which will see its inaugural call to St. Vincent and the Grenadines on Wednesday, October 13th, 2021. Twice weekly, so on Wednesday and also on Sundays, we're expecting to see flights from London. I can tell you since the announcement of Beaches by Sandals, Virgin has been eager to get into a market. And as a result of the potential, and I've listed all of the airlines, Air Canada, CAL, American, and the load factor coming to this destination, we will not be paying for any empty seats or unsold seats on the scheduled Virgin flights from London Heathrow. Neither is there a revenue guarantee clause present in the contract. And I want to indicate, Madam Speaker, honorable members, that the construction of this Argyle International Airport, we had our challenges, but we also had strong, bold, and pragmatic leadership that ensured we started the airport, we completed it. And by the end of the year, we can boast in the fact that we will now have direct access to all our major source markets for tourism. From London, covering Europe, Toronto, New York, and of course, Miami. And I want to caution Vincentians that with all these flights expected to land here in the last quarter of this year, the COVID-19 pandemic continues to be a concern. Those who are employed on the front line, secondary services such as taxi operators, immigration staff, port workers, we have to be concerned about this. COVID-19 is real, and I want to encourage us to protect ourselves. The likelihood that any of these passengers who are coming can bring the different strains or variant strains of the COVID-19. But the airport is there, it's working, and thanks to visionary leadership, we can now see an uptick in our investments and exports, and visitors coming to our destination from all of our source markets. Much obliged, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Any supplementary? Question number 3 then. Yes. Leader of the opposition, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, number 3.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask question number 3. Standing in my name of the Honorable Minister of National Mobilization, Social Development, Family, Gender Affairs, Youth and Housing. The Paget Farm Community Center was built under the NDP government for use by members of the public for the various activities. Over the years, it has been regularly used for wedding receptions, funerals, church crusades, youth group meetings, government department meetings, Red Cross meetings, exercise classes, and community concerts, and other activities. Several years ago, the ground floor was taken over for use by the police station. And more recently, the main floor has been used as a courthouse. Now, construction work has begun to divide the main floor into smaller sections that will make the center no longer usable for the purposes mentioned above. Will the minister please state, 1, how will the remodeled Paget Farm Community Center be used? 2, whether members of the public will continue to have access to the center for their activities? And 3, how will members of the public conduct the various activities in the community that the center previously accommodated?
Honorable Minister of National Mobilization.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member for Northern Grenadines, for the question. Madam Speaker, as the Honorable Member for the Northern Grenadines is aware, the issue surrounding the Paget Farm Community Center has to take into consideration 2 things. 1, the police station, and 2, the clinic. 2 vital and essential services that is needed in that community. The member is aware that the ground floor of the community center for a number of years housed the Beckway Police Station, the Paget Farm Police Station. Over the years, several huge cracks have developed on the walls and foundation of the Paget Farm Clinic. As I said, it is the police station and clinic we are talking about. A preliminary technical assessment was concluded, and it was deemed that there is a land slippage, and it is therefore unsafe to continue operating there. That's a clinic. In response, we made numerous efforts for the past 2 years to find suitable public or privately owned buildings in the Paget Farm area for the temporary relocation of the clinic. Those efforts, along with trying to find also privately owned lands suitable for the construction, because if you're constructing a clinic, it must be accessible. For the new clinic in that community, if it becomes necessary. Those efforts were unsuccessful. Demolition of the existing clinics and further comprehensive assessment of the site may be needed to determine whether the new clinic can be rebuilt at the old site or not. At present, plans are at the advanced stage for the temporary relocation of the Paget Farm Clinic to the upper floor of the Paget Farm Community Center. And this would facilitate the process whether we demolish or not the existing structure. Comprehensive assessment of the site is in order, was done in order to finalize critical decision regarding the location of the new clinic. To facilitate such, I'm talking about the use now, Honorable Member, the space of the upper floor of the center will be divided into two. The clinic will occupy one half, and the other half would be shared between the courthouse, which only utilizes the space for once per month, and the community could also have access to that space to host their various community activities. Such as weddings, funerals, table, tennis, whatever it is. Now, the question was three parts. How will the remodeled Paget Farm Clinic center be used? As I said, it will be split in two, and one for the courthouse, and that space would be sufficient that you could still hold your activities. The second part, say whether members of the public will continue to have access to the center for their activities. Of course, they will continue to have access. Even though we are in the height of COVID and mass gatherings, is at a lull. And the third part, how will members of the public conduct various activities in the community center previously accommodated? Well, you can conduct your activities in the same manner, just mean it would be less in terms of numbers. Much obliged, Madam Speaker.
Okay, question number 4. Member for the Southern Grenadines. Oh, I'm sorry, Honorable Member.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, but I was sitting here thinking.
This is a supplementary question.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Honorable Minister, you seem very vague on the future of the clinic, which has been there for decades, as to when it will be rebuilt in a different location. Are you suggesting then that the present subdivision of the Paget Farm Community Center is there indefinitely or for a period that you can't determine?
Honorable Member, as I mentioned before, currently it is a temporary accommodation. And further question should be geared towards the Ministry of Health to ascertain that information as to how long that will be. Much obliged.
Yes. Question number 4, member for the Southern Grenadines.
Madam Speaker, I rise to ask question number 4 of the Minister of Education standing in my name. The Honorable Minister of Education has stated that standardized assessment tests in language arts and mathematics, should I say, were administered to grades 2 to 5. Will the Minister please state the percentage of primary school students who took the COVID-19 tests as recommended by the ministry as a requirement to sit the exams? 2, the percentage of primary students who were present for the examinations? And 3, the results of the assessment in the subject areas examined.
Yes. Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you very much, Honorable Member, for your question. With regards to the first part of the question, the COVID-19 test was not a mandatory requirement for primary school students to sit the recently completed national test. The Ministry of Education, on the advice of the Ministry of Health, encourage parents to have their children tested so as to reduce the risk of students contracting or spreading the COVID-19 virus during their examination period. The total number of primary and secondary school students that took the test was 6,517. Unfortunately, the desegregated data are not yet available. Hence, I'm unable to provide the percentage of primary school students that took the test. The second part of the question, 7,035 primary school students were scheduled to sit the standardized assessment in language arts and mathematics. Of this total, 95.17% was present for the assessment. The breakdown by grade is as follows. Grade 2, there were 92.07% present. Grade 3, 94.75%. Sorry, I said grade 4?
Yes.
Okay, so grade 3, 94.75%. Grade 4, 95.76%. And grade 5, 98.52%. Part 3 of the question. The results of the assessment in the subjects assessed are as follows. 66.63% of the students met the standard in language arts, while 54.13% met the standard in mathematics. And I give the following breakdown of the results by grades. In language arts, grade 2, there was a 73.8% of the number of students who took that assessment who met the standard. The same percentage, just about 73.8%, met the standards for the mathematics assessment in grade 2. In grade 3, the language arts, 66.27% met the standards. In grade 3, for math, 56.56% met the standard. With regards to grade 4 language, 64.67% met the standard. Where mathematics is concerned, only 35.73% met the standard. Grade 5 language, 58.81% met the standard. And for grade 5 math, 52.09% met the standard. Now, the in-depth analysis of the assessment is not yet completed by the examination and assessment unit. This analysis, when completed, will be used to guide the Ministry of Education academic recovery program. We intend to put in place a comprehensive program to assist students who would have encountered learning loss during the period. Plans are already in place for a summer school program that will focus on students identified by their schools as having the greatest learning needs. Much obliged, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Okay, question number 5, member for the Southern Grenadines.
I rise to ask question number 5, standing in my name of the Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Information Technology. Would the minister please state how much money and material assistance the government received from relief in response to the eruption of La Soufrière? And part 2 says, provide a breakdown of the sources from which the assistance came.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, honorable members. Honorable members hear me coughing today. Rest assured that I've been tested for COVID and the result is negative. Sometimes a little 4-year-old can have a very small sniffle and seem unaffected. But when that small sniffle is transferred to an adult, they have difficulty getting up. I'm sure that the Honorable
Member, do you require the use of the podium?
No.
Okay, please continue.
I'm sure that the Honorable Member for the Southern Grenadines is aware that in Appendix 3 of the supplementary estimates, a summary of donations as at the 6th of May 2021 has been provided. And I'm sure that notwithstanding the fact that he did not participate in the debate on the supplementary estimates, nor did any of his colleagues, I'm sure that as a responsible parliamentarian, he has perused the document and is aware of its appendices. Consequent upon the explosive eruption of La Soufrière, the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines established at the Bank of St. Vincent and the Grenadines a disaster relief account for the purpose of receiving monetary contributions from friendly governments, international bodies, the private sector, and individuals. Similarly, an electronic payment portal, www.helpstvincent.com, was established at Republic Bank to receive online donations directly. As at the 19th of July 2021, a total of $12,898,276.75 in contributions were received thus far via the disaster relief account at the Bank of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A sum of $53,678.31 was collected to date through the online payment portal at Republic Bank. In summary, a total of $12,951,958.06 was received by the government in direct monetary donations. The financial assistance was also channeled through local, regional, and international organizations to fund humanitarian and relief interventions. For example, several friendly governments provided contributions via SEDIMA, the Red Cross, UNESCO, and others to support disaster response programs, projects, and humanitarian relief. Additionally, organizations such as the World Food Programme and the Adventist Disaster Relief Agency have provided cash transfers of $2.14 million and $268,000 respectively to displaced persons. The World Food Programme has allocated $8 million to their cash transfer program. While these funds redound to the benefit of the targeted beneficiaries, no money was directly received by the government. So when the World Food Programme is doing its cash transfers, or the Adventist program, we are aware of it, we try to coordinate, but that money does not actually pass through government coffers. It is managed by the respective agencies. I was tempted to give a summation of some of the pledges that have been made to some of these organizations, the Red Cross, SEDIMA, and the like, but I'm very aware that sometimes pledges don't translate to actual donations, and I thought it might do an injustice and create an impression that these entities had more money than they actually have. So I'm just talking about actual funds transferred to the government and funds that we are aware have been spent in these various respects. A wide range of physical in-kind contributions were received by St. Vincent and the Grenadines as a result well, before I go to the Madam Speaker, in addition to monies that were transferred directly to relief agencies, international bodies, and the like, we're aware that millions of dollars have been raised by various charitable online accounts, primarily GoFundMe accounts. But again, I want to stress that the majority of that money does not come to the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and that there are some entities that have said they will receive money and then transfer to the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but a few of those entities, more than a few, have made no such transfer to date, which is why the Prime Minister had been stressing making contributions through and via officially sanctioned accounts. A wide variety of in-kind contributions were received by the state as a result of the volcanic eruptions. Those contributions include water and water tanks, water pumps, general food supplies, personal hygiene items, clothing, cots, mattresses and bedding, tents, portable potties, masks and goggles, medicines, sanitary and incontinence undergarments and the like. Given the emergency circumstances in which these items were imported, the relief imports consigned to NEMO were granted pre-delivery to accelerate the clearance of the items from the Customs and Excise Department. As such, the statistical values and quantities are not currently up to date. In many cases, what was reflected on the waybill that was sent in advance did not accurately reflect what was actually on the boat, because very often people are collecting donations up to the last moment. I'm therefore unable to provide precise details as to the values and quantities of these material assistance received thus far. However, all of the relief items sent to the government directly, not to other agencies, we can't speak to them, have been properly warehoused at the two main logistical hubs in Arnesvale and Camden Park, where supplies are routinely withdrawn and distributed to the displaced population in need. The main sources of financial donations received by the government to date, and that's out of the $12.9 million that I mentioned earlier. Dominica, the government of, these are government contributions. Government of Dominica has contributed $1 million. Government of Belize has contributed $134,360. These are all EC dollars. The government of the Bahamas has contributed $268,770. The government of Morocco, $268,770. The government of St. Kitts and Nevis, $1 million. Government of Algeria, $134,360. Government of Colombia, $134,360. Government of Greece, $32,617. Government of Azerbaijan, $268,770. Government of the Republic of China and Taiwan, $860,320 for a government total of $4.1 million. Multilaterally, the CRIF insurance facility, even though by their rules, volcanic eruptions are not covered as an insured event, have provided $5,938,164, and the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank has provided $1 million. Their subtotal is therefore $6,938,164, and individuals and the business community have contributed $1,857,796 in the aggregate for the total that I mentioned earlier. I'm obliged.
Question number 6. Member for Central Kingstown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask question number 6, standing in my name. And I ask this question of the Honorable Prime Minister. The constituency of North Central Windward, that's the Prime Minister's constituency, which registered 5,724 electors in 2005, showed a decline to 5,680 in the year 2020. This decline is in contrast to the northern and southern neighbors of North Windward, who moved from 5,481, a low figure than that of North Central Windward in 2005, up to 6,887 in 2020, a higher figure than North Central Windward in 2020. Just as South Central Windward, with 6,173 in 2005, moved to 6,345 in 2020. These eligible registered voters in North Central Windward make it the only constituency that did not increase numerically in 2020 as compared with the 2005 statistic. I'm asking of the Honorable Prime Minister, what explanations can be provided for the seeming anomaly or inconsistency in the North Central Windward figures of eligible voters? And two, how does this compare with the census data for the intervening years? And then I bring to his attention that in 2005, polling station G, surnames A to I, Community Center Park Hill, had a number of 301 registered voters. And in 2020, that figure seemed to have moved only by one. Could the Honorable Prime Minister provide explanations for these eligible registrations in his constituency? Thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister, but Prime Minister, before you begin, I note, Honorable Member, that you tend to deviate from the script of the question. So we encourage you to, I know you think very quickly on your feet, but we have to be fair to the persons answering the question, that the questions posed are those that appear on the order paper. Honorable Prime Minister. Yes.
Deviations in no way change the content of the question. And I think the Honorable Member will agree to that. It simply summarizes them. No way changes them.
Madam Speaker, I can give a short answer under the rules. But I think in the interest of good governance, I will give a full answer. I can answer shortly to say, Madam Speaker, that the census data is available in the document, and the rules say that you can't ask me a question in relation to the census data. And what he's asking me to give my opinion as to why something happened. And it says also that you can't ask me a question for my opinion. But he and I are students of politics, and I'm particularly interested in the science of psephology. Psephology is the particular branch addressing elections, preparation for elections, electoral lists, how elections are conducted and the like. It's its own very special branch of political science. I would say that the Honourable Member has stylized facts in search of a theory of explanation. And I'm putting it very generous. What he really wants to get at, I want to show the political point he wants to get at, is that somehow we have been fiddling and moving people from North Central to other constituencies. But I'd want to show you with one statistic how that can be in 19, let me get Central Kingstown. In 2020, there's a transfer of 124 persons out of Central Kingstown. And since my honorable friend has been in charge of Central Kingstown, if you take from 2015, 226 persons have moved out, transferred out of Central Kingstown. And I've gone through the data. I took my time, and it's the largest number to have moved out of any constituency. And I noticed that in East Kingstown, the most that have transferred in are from East Kingstown, are in East Kingstown. In the case of Central Kingstown, in 2020, 124 persons were transferred out of Central Kingstown, and 163 were inside of East Kingstown. So the question is, was there a systematic attempt to move people out of what is considered a relatively safe seat for the NDP in Central Kingstown and move that 124 or the bulk of those into East Kingstown to help the NDP? That's why I'm very interested in psephology, you know. So I give you that upfront. I made from the data which we have in our party archives, because we had checked everybody who had been transferred. I have it all here, in and out. And I had them double check from another source. And I would answer the question with explanations in an omnibus fashion to show that the political mischief pointed towards by my friend is entirely unfounded. Let us look at the data. Madam Speaker, as we know, the Register of Voters and the Supplementary Register of Voters published for each constituency under sections 11 and 16 respectively, and the list compiled under section 17 in any year shall constitute the Register of Voters for that constituency and shall be used for any election held in that constituency after the publication thereon until it is superseded by the Register for Voters published and constituted for that constituency in the next succeeding year. The number of voters recorded in the Register of Voters from 2005 to 2020 for each of the constituencies named in the question, they're as follows. North Windward, 2005, 5,841. North Central, 5,724. South Central, 6,173. And then by 2015, North Windward was 6,295. North Central was 5,297. South Central was 5,788. 2020, North Windward 6,887. North Central 5,680. And South Central Windward 6,347. Madam Speaker, even immediately before the 2005 election, and indeed at the 2005 election, the number of electors in North Windward increased in relation to North Central because the boundary was changed from Monbentic Road in the north of North Central, which is the south of North Windward, to Caratal River, which means nearly 500 voters between Caratal and Spring Village. I think it was 480, if I remember correctly, just offhand, were transferred to North Windward by a unanimous boundaries commission. A unanimous boundaries commission. That's not a majority where the NDP appointed member, the one appointed by the leader of the opposition then, said no. That was not what happened. Everybody agreed. The chairman and the leader of the opposition's nominee and the prime minister's nominee. In fact, the talk at the time, I remember it very well, in October 2005, the honorable leader of the opposition then said at a public meeting in Barley that they have me, and really they have North Windward too, because they said that I was very worried that Dinky Balcom was going to beat me up so much in Caratal and Spring Village that they had to put that over into North Windward. But whoever was talking that didn't study the history of Caratal and Spring Village and my votes there. They were talking about Caratal and Spring Village in 1 year only in 1989, when Jonathan Peters from Caratal ran there for the NDP. Then, what did data show from the table which I've just given between 2005 and 2020? And I'll make reference to the intervening 2010 and 2015. That all three constituencies showed an increase of voters from 2005 to 2010. In 2005, North Central moved from 5,724 to 6,262. That wasn't mentioned. Then in 2015, you had all three constituencies recorded a decline in the number of voters in 2015 over the numbers in 2010. And I'll come to the reason when I just finish the analysis about the differences between the numbers in those three constituencies. All three constituencies showed an increase of voters in 2020 over that of 2015. And it is true that of the three constituencies, North Central Windward has the smallest number of registered voters. Well, I point out to the fact that peace had been chopped off for 2005. But what the question didn't address was what we did in 2015. Honorable members will remember that we came here on May the 29th and we enacted the Representation of the People, May 29, 2015, the Representation of the People Act, Amendment Act 2015. Without going into the details, that was the time when we had, the honorable member will remember, we had a conference with the Christian Council up at the Anglican headquarters up in Botanic Gardens. I had to leave the meeting. The supervisor of elections was there because I had to go and catch a plane to go away. But I left you all to decide what is the cutoff point, how we're going to clean up the list. Remember that? The cleaning up the list exercise. What happened with the cleaning up the list for 2015? This is in 2015 alone, Madam Speaker. 23,702 names in the whole country came off. And in each of these three constituencies, I'll give you the numbers that came off, Madam Speaker. For North Windward, 1,075. were expunged. North Central Windward, 1,508. About 500 more than in North Windward. And South Central Windward, 1,701. So the data would show that all three constituencies showed a decrease as a result of the cleaning up of the register of voters. All constituencies showed an increase by the generation of the preliminary and final register of voters in 2015. For the final list of voters in 2015, the number moved from 6,086 to 6,295 for North Windward, 5,179 for North Central to 5,297, and South Central, 5,497 to 5,788. Those are the facts. Now, what is the situation with polling station G? Madam Speaker, the data in my archives show in that polling station G, which deals with surnames Ito I. It was at the community center in Park Hill, is now at the Pearl Best Early Learning Center. Between 2016 and 2020, you had 15 persons registered. But within that period, you had 14 deaths. It is true that there would have been also other persons from there who would have transferred, but the number who transferred was very small compared to those which also went in. In fact, the transfers which took place was 6 in 2020. Far less than in Central. No, I'm talking about constituency G. Madam Speaker, there is a significant amount of internal migration which takes place. I have a number of persons here on this list who over the period, a few of them, there are two ladies, wonderful ladies, who have men in Central Kingston, who migrated from this to there. I'm sorry that I lost them because they're wonderful persons. They changed their registration. I hope they persuade their spouses. I hope they persuade their spouses to vote Labour. Well, this is the point. So you see what I mean, Madam Speaker? You see what I'm telling him? He stylized the facts in search of a theory of explanation so that even when people transfer the few to Central Kingston, he says he has them. The only way, Madam Speaker, the only way, what are the ways that you will come out of the constituency? By transfers or persons who coming of age because of the education revolution. They have gotten jobs in the city, the environs of the city. They may get jobs in the city, but in the environs of Kingston, and also up to East St. George. Very important to notice. I don't have the data for the census from 2012 to 2021 for the simple reason, 2022, because the census is not ongoing because of COVID. We just took a decision of cabinet that it's going to 2023, COVID volcano. The professionals asked that. So that's why. Then, what do we have, Madam Speaker? The census tells us. 2012, the report at page 15. It's online. It's published online. It's published in hard copy too. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is comprised of 13 census divisions, 11 of which are on the mainland. The first thing you need to notice there, Madam Speaker, the census divisions do not equate with the constituency boundaries. For instance, in the Connery Census District, runs from the Honorable Minister of Agriculture would know this, from where the Union River go to the sea, coming up to Beira. So for North Central, it would include, Connery District would include, for the constituency, Connery Census District would include part of Beira, Goss, Connery, Bellevue, the whole of Park Hill, including McFarlane, and South Rivers, and everywhere between Park Hill and South Rivers. Whereas the Georgetown Census District, interestingly, goes up to the Carrow River in Sandy Bay. So you can't have it precisely, but what is interesting to note, in the Connery District, between 2001 and 2012, you had the largest decline of population in the country, minus 8.6%. And in the case of the Georgetown District, which ends up to Carrow, which really, for North Central purposes, including parts of Beira, Chester Cottage, and Georgetown. But it includes everywhere from Caratal River going up to Carrow River. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister. And then the next, it is interesting, that has a marginal increase of 1.2%. Whereas the suburbs of Kingston, which include Central Kingston, has an increase in that period of almost 6%, 5.8. Calaqua, which covers a significant part of East St. George, 7%. To 2012, to 2001 to 2012. The movement. And then, interestingly, the places where we have had the largest population increase, percentage-wise, in the Northern Grenadines, 14.2%, and the Southern Grenadines, 20.8%. But what is interesting, there's a lot of movement out, registration of persons out of that, for instance, in 2020, you had 30-something persons in Northern Grenadines which transferred out. Yes, the constituency where the in and out is even Stephen. As I recall from my memory, South Central Windward, 142 on either side. 142, 142, in and out. So that you ask the question, you see, I could have given you the short version. But I decided to explain it to you, to show you that the mischief behind your question has no basis. In fact, if the truth were to be told, and I could tell you from the list I have here how many persons from Central Kingston by name who were transferred into East Kingston. But I wouldn't do that today. That's another time. But I'm glad you asked me the question. Thank you very much.
Question number 7. Yes.
I don't know if, yeah, it's on now. I'm grateful for the Honorable Prime Minister for the long answer, because he didn't use the short rope today. And I'm grateful for the long answer, Madam Speaker, for which I'll do further study to verify the hypothesis that I have placed before myself. So I move on to the next question.
Question number 7.
Question 7 in my name.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I ask question 7 in my name and resist the provocation. As we share, and this is asked of the Honorable Minister of Finance, incidentally, as we share the ECCU vision for socio-economic transformation, will the Honorable Minister please explain the recent revelation that friendly societies have deposits of on or around $12 million in deposits in the banks in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, by letting us know, 1, the amounts held in the banking system by the credit unions in both the aggregated and disaggregated numbers, specifically GECU, KCCU, Teachers Credit Union, Police Credit Union, others. And secondly, in the context of the preamble, which state companies are currently being prepared to go public by way of share issues offering over the next 4 years so as to enhance wealth creation in St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable members. I hope that the second part of the question asked by the honorable member is a precursor to a useful discussion this afternoon when we talk about the securities bill and wealth creation, because I think that would be a very useful conversation for both sides of this honorable house to have. I was heartened when I saw it, because I thought that, without guessing, that you and I would be on the same page when we discuss the securities bill this afternoon. This afternoon, yes. Yeah. Well, we could call for you. You could come back. No problem. I'm going to give the honorable member the institutions that he asked for, both in terms of deposits and in terms of assets. And the honorable member would appreciate the difference between cash deposits and assets. But I have it. You just want the deposits? Okay, no problem. As at the end of May 2021, the credit union sector held $133.65 million in deposits in the banking system. This total includes amounts held in certificates of deposit, saving, and current account. The information on deposits held in the banking system by each credit union as at May 2021, is as follows. GECU, $69.32 million. TCCU, teachers, $36.17 million. KCCU, $25.83 million, and PCCU, $2.33 million. You say you don't want the information as to assets. I'm not aware of any state companies being prepared to go public at the moment. Yeah. I'm obliged, Madam Speaker.
Question number 8. Honorable Member for East Kingstown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask question 8, presented in my name, to the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of National Security, Grenadines Affairs and Legal Affairs. The La Soufrière volcanic eruptions in April 2021 have caused extensive damage to the physical and social infrastructure, as well as the economy of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Would the Honorable Prime Minister kindly state the extent of the damage to St. Vincent and the Grenadines caused by the eruption of the La Soufrière volcano in 2021? 2, what is the total cost of the damage? And 3, what procedure was undertaken to assess the damage, and is the cost estimate final and conclusive?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to answer in an omnibus way first and provide a little bit more detail for my honorable friend. There is a 2-stage process in which we are embarking upon. First is what is called a rapid detailed damage sector analysis. In the literature, if you see it, DDSA, though it says detailed damage sector analysis, is really a rapid one. And what is going on now, and which should be completed this month, hopefully, is the post-disaster needs assessment. Both of them are preliminary numbers, but the first one, the rapid one, is very preliminary, very indicative, more than reliable, because you have to do the post-disaster needs assessment. There are some things you can know immediately and you can see, but you take the first rapid analysis. It underestimates, for instance, forestry, because the people couldn't go up in the forest, because it didn't have the clearance yet with the Soufrière, the seismologists. They could hardly go past Rabaka. In fact, they didn't go past Rabaka. So they had to use other kinds of tools to come to some assessment. And I would explain all what we have been doing in all of these assessments. And the first is about the extent of the damage. Well, as you would know, that there's been significant damage. You don't have to waste time on how that has occurred. We know that. Among the sectors severely impacted are the following: agriculture, including fisheries and forestry, what is called WASH, WASH, that is the lingo meaning water, sanitation, and health. Electricity, public infrastructure, buildings, roads, and bridges, that's the public infrastructure, housing, and social. Damage in the agricultural sector was particularly devastating. Nearly 100% of the crop sector in the red and orange zones were wiped out. Heavy losses were also recorded in the forestry sector, with approximately 80 to 90% of the forestry reserves in the zone being obliterated. Farmers suffered livestock losses, including cattle, pigs, and goats. Residential buildings in the red and orange zones were badly affected by the ashfall, with covered roofs and damaged. Many of them caved in, under the weight of the ash. Lahars also wrecked many homes which were located near waterways, the riverbeds. Lahars caused severe damage to public infrastructure, including river defenses, bridges, and roads. Several public buildings, such as clinics and schools, were also damaged. The water supply infrastructure was adversely affected by ash and lahars, the damaged water catchment area, facilities, and water sources. To a lesser extent, the electricity infrastructure was impacted by the ashfall, which brought down transmission lines in various parts of the affected areas. The eruption displaced, as you know, about 20,000 persons, and we had to provide them with food, shelter, and other amenities. At one time, we were feeding 7,000 persons in shelters, and we have been distributing food where they are in the private homes and those who have gone back. The humanitarian effort has been huge. It's a huge undertaking. And we had to deal with people's urgent needs to make sure that they're adequately met. And I believe that overwhelmingly people will say that a pretty good job has been done on the humanitarian side. Shelters had to be equipped with kitchen appliances, water tanks, additional toilets and showers, cots and mattresses were also supplied, along with blankets, clothing, and personal care items. Not only in the shelters, but for persons who have been evacuated and who are staying elsewhere. Of course, food was vital, and that had to be provided, as I said, daily to shelters and private homes where the displaced persons sought shelter from the disaster. There have been huge impact on the social sector. Now, on the basis of the DDSA, these are the numbers in EC dollar terms, this immediate rapid one. But as we are seeing, it's much more than this. Agriculture 172.8, which didn't take account of forestry fully, and also some of the agriculture. Infrastructure, $74.66 million. Ash cleanup, $38.5 million. Wash, 5.3. Electricity, just, a number which is negligible in the circumstances, maybe $300,000 US. Social, $16.9 million. And coordination, about just over 2 million, giving you $310 million, just over that. The detailed damage assessment, sector assessment.
I just want to go and have a look at the crowd and come back there.
I thought you were going to wait. I thought you were going to wait on me.
Oh, that's true.
You and I could go down together. You would be at risk, not me. The way they're treating you. I'm sorry about that one. The DDSA was compiled by the government, with CDEMA performing, the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, performing a central coordinating role, along with other regional and international entities. And they partnered with the local counterpart assessment teams in undertaking the rapid damage assessment. For example, the damage assessment teams deployed from the Ministry of Agriculture collaborated with experts from AICA, FAO, and CADI in conducting the assessment and compiling the report. The same approach was utilized in each of the sectors covered by the DDSA. Local damage assessment teams, which were established under the NEMO Damage and Needs Assessment Subcommittee, which is a statutory committee under the NEMO Act, joined forces with the expert from regional international organization in doing the damage assessment and sector report. As noted, and I repeat, The DDSA was a rapid assessment of the damage, and it is very preliminary. The assessment teams were able to assess certain areas in the red zone, were unable to assess certain areas in the red zone to fully ascertain the level of the damage. The government, at the time when that was being done, we sought the assistance of the UNDP, United Nations Development Program, to carry out a post-disaster needs assessment, PDNA. This exercise, which commenced in earnest on June the 29th, involved other agencies of the UN, the World Bank, the Caribbean Development Bank, and the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, among others, working alongside with the local assessment teams. The PDNA aspects of it are conducted virtually and with a couple of experts covering certain sectors visiting the island during the 8-week period over which the assessment is being done. The PDNA is expected to provide a more comprehensive assessment of the damage and loss, including economic loss, which is vital, because we have to assess the economic loss. And for the basis for crafting recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction plans into the medium to long term. But I just want to indicate, alongside all that, we needed a comprehensive document, even preliminarily, from the Ministry of Works, which also has the Ministry of Physical Planning. And the engineers have gone out and they have made an assessment. I have a report submitted on the 26th of July. And they assessed two things, Madam Speaker. How are we dealing with the crossings? And they identified the number of crossings, because there are different points of crossing. There are about 61 of them. Clearly, the major ones will have to be addressed first, including those on the main road. But there are some in other places other than on the main roads. And I'm talking both on the northeastern and the northwestern side of the island. And also, they have assessed housing on site, looking at it, at 4 levels: level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. Level 1 is just basic cosmetic things. 2, a little more than the basic. 3, substantial repairs. And 4th, you have to rebuild completely at the spot or elsewhere. For the river crossings, their preliminary number is $40-something million. EC, for the river crossings. But I tell you this, that is the most preliminary, because if you take into account what you have to do at both, what you have to do at London, what you had to do at work you have to do at Agouti Pasha, just as you enter in Sandy Bay proper. I'm not talking about the flat of Sandy Bay. Just in front where Shearer had his NDP headquarters, is gone, his NDP office. That's by Agouti Pasha. Then you go wrong to Cairo and Cayo. Those are 2 big ones, one much bigger than the other. And then you have crossings, like both before you reach Overland and after Overland. You have some long, some of the guys who did this study think that what you can do there is to continue to just like you have like a slip drain cover going across now. But experience has shown since 2013 that you have to build bridges, significant bridges. So this number, I happen to know, is a number which is not realistic for what you have to do, not even optimal, beyond the basic. And then for the housing, those which people see when they went around, they have a number close to $21 million EC. But I want you to bear this in mind. That number does not take into account an exercise which we are currently doing. We have set up a committee in cabinet under Dorrit Hull, who is the chief physical planner. And under the relevant section of the NEMO Act, cross-referencing it with the physical development, the Tongue and Country Planning Act. She has to prepare both a local and a regional plan. That committee, but her responsibility statutorily in these circumstances, but that provision is already triggered by the cabinet. They have to go and see where houses, even when they're still intact, or where they could still be repaired, but where they are dangerous to remain, you'll have to move them, including some big houses. I went up there with the Deputy Prime Minister, and I'm sorry that I didn't ask Senator John to come, because I think it would have helped her to understand better some of the real challenges which lay ahead in terms of what is to be done and the resources required. So this number 563 is going to increase. The people who did the work, they did the level 4 damage in photographs. So I have their names and photographs. But when, for instance, I went to the Deputy Prime Minister at London, and on the northern side of that river valley, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, remember I saw 2 families. I have their names written down. There are 2 houses there. In fact, one of them had just cooked some food. He gave me peace. He was eating and eat out of his own container. A good boiling. And I indicated to them, I said, you realize how the river cutting in on you, that you have to move? They say, yes. I said, but you would appreciate, we wouldn't move you, we wouldn't deal with you first, because there are some which are more, which got nothing. It's gone completely, which we have to rebuild. And that's why the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister has caused to be cleared about 5-6 acres of land. But there's more which we can clear. At Orange Hill, we can put down on that maybe 50 houses, Deputy Prime Minister, a little more even. Because we want to put down first 27, start to do some foundations shortly, in conjunction with a generous group out of Trinidad. And we have identified land also down in North Ewood, so that we'll start some there also. And we have more lands in Orange Hill. There are some people, particularly middle-aged and older ones, who don't want to leave Sandy Bay. And as you are aware, the only piece of land in Sandy Bay, which reasonably flat piece of land, where there is no river valley there, is the land belonging to the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister. And I spoke to him about that. I tell him, well, he mustn't involve himself. I am engaged in the chief surveyor. And I will bring the details to the House when the details are ready in that regard. I'm told by the Honorable Attorney General that there is no requirement in the circumstances of the way the provision is written in the Constitution to actually make a declaration here. But I will have a declaration made here. Because it will be the first time in over 20 years that we'll be contemplating the purchase of any land from any member of the House, or in fact, selling land to any member of the House. So that is a practical story which I give you. If I may just indicate something here. There are 9 schools within a city. Project, Caribbean disaster. I mean, Caribbean Development Bank. Between them and ourselves is about 40. And persons ask me whether, given the fact that we're going to have more people coming down to Orange Hill, whether we couldn't use where the Great House is on that top and put the school there. And Montgomery Daniel is the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister is very supportive of that. We have to get that to the CDB because that would delay us a little in that implementation of building that new school. But because the site is different, so the architectural plan would have to be different. But I consider that might be the better place, post the volcano, to do it in the light of all the circumstances. But we have to get the CDB blessings. I don't see any problem there, but we have to go to them and approach them. And since then, I've spoken to a number of other persons. Of course, some people like it just because the children of Garifuna and Kalinago will be going to school where the Great House used to be. But what is supportive of it too is that there will be a very good agricultural program because the agriculture biotechnology unit is just across from that big piece of land. And of course, there's a good playing field in the village there at Orange Hill too. So I even go beyond your question to answer you things, to show you and show the Honorable House and the country at large what is the monumental task which we have ahead of us in circumstances which are very difficult with COVID and historic legacies and all of those things. But what is amazing, and I'd say this, I haven't gotten the full report yet. But we have done a survey, the Ministry of Health, public opinions about COVID and other things. And, you know, I will in terms of the happiness index, I'll get the actual number. But over 90% of people say they're happy. in the country. And I think they have taken into account all the challenges which are going on. And they have information, they have knowledge, they have understanding, and they apply their heart to wisdom. And these results, I've been studying them. Of course, while I'm pleased about that and their view of their health situation, I'm concerned about some of the views they have about COVID, which shows that they have a lot of misinformation out there about COVID. Look, believe me, and I want to tell the House this, we are studying this thing very carefully from all different vantage points and making all the connections regionally, internationally, and of course at home. And it is unfortunate that there has been some persons who considering themselves only and vanities and the like, and not considering enough the public good, the public interest. But you know what happened? Paul, servant of the Lord, called to be an apostle. I like his writings, and especially in the book of Romans. He said, for instance, those who are teachers must teach, and those who are prophets must prophesy, and those who are leaders must lead. And in November last year, the people again said, Ralph, you are our leader. Lead us. Thank you very much.
You have a supplementary question, Honorable Member?
Yes, please, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Let me just express my appreciation to the Honorable Prime Minister for such a comprehensive response. And just to briefly preface my supplementary with your permission, Madam Speaker, by saying that oftentimes when we have these kinds of disasters and these kinds of realities, we focus a lot on the physical damage. But I would like to highlight also the importance of the social damage, particularly, we have persons misplaced from their homes, not being able to go to school, living in uncomfortable and strange situations and arrangements. And the psychological impact of these realities are oftentimes understated, and it's very difficult to put a cost to those things. So I would like to urge all of us to as we go forward with these kinds of disasters and realities, that we place some more emphasis on the socio-psychological impact. And I know, as I said, I know it's difficult to put a financial cost to it, but let's try to see what we can do. But just my follow-up question, my supplementary question, as I had said, Madam Speaker, just to preface the question, if the Prime Minister would be so kind to indicate, in the context of persons being displaced from their homes and so on, how many persons are still currently in hotels and guest houses paid for by the government, and what's the cost thereof per month? If the Prime Minister...
That's not really a supplementary. It's a different question. But the answer can be provided. I think somebody has been asked that question this time. I believe so. I don't think you have asked it. I think social development has been asked that question. What I can tell you, the numbers in the shelters are down to 1,500 in 40-something shelters, 28 of which are still schools. And over the next few days, 4 the schools, including big ones like Prep School and C.W. Prescott, the few persons who are in them, we hope to have them go home or go in another shelter. Now, in relation to the psychosocial support, I didn't address that in this question because the question dealt really with material damage. But we have a strong psychosocial infrastructure which we have been utilizing. I don't know if the honorable member is aware that in every primary school and in every secondary school, we have a counselor. We have trained them to counsel. We have strengthened that also at psychosocial support in the medical services, including at Milton Cato Memorial Hospital. And we have been working very closely with UNICEF on it. I don't know if you know this, we have been having online psychosocial support services provision. The counselors have been going to the shelters and going to homes and going to the communities. I don't know if honorable members have been aware of this. And on Monday, UNICEF is rolling out with us a psychosocial support program, which is agreed upon by us already. 500 especially vulnerable families identified by the Ministry of Social Development in conjunction with the Ministry of Health between August, September, and October to have special psychosocial support provided to them. In the meantime, I don't know if colleagues have been seeing some murals at various points across the country. If you look at those murals are soothing. They're to assist in providing a calm to people. The only one which is not of that nature is one which was not put up within the context of that, was put up for another thing at prep school, on one side of prep school. So again, we have a big program in that regard, and it's been stepped up. I'm obliged.
Question number 9.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask question number 9 in my name of the Honorable Minister of Health, Wellness, and the Environment. The government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines imposed a COVID-19 protocol, making it mandatory for travelers to the country to quarantine in a government-approved hotel. The protocol was discontinued but has been reinstated a few weeks ago. 1. Can the Honorable Minister please indicate how many persons have been quarantined in government-approved hotels since that protocol was enacted back in December 2020? And 2, why was the protocol discontinued and then reinstated?
Yes. Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hotel quarantine has been in place in one form or another since May 2020. And as of August 4th, 2021, we had 31,744 travelers registered entering through AIA, 13,666 travelers listed as quarantined, 9,493 travelers quarantined in a guest house or hotel. And we have about 1,004 travelers categorized as medium risk and 10,000 travelers categorized as high risk. To look at the other part of the question, prior to the declaration of the SARS coronavirus 2 pandemic in March of 2020, the Health Services Subcommittee of NEMO activated the Highly Infectious Diseases Plan, HIDP, to guide the coordinated response of the health services to this viral infection. The HIDP outlines many general protocols and actions to be taken before, during, and after an outbreak. Key to the successful management of an outbreak, however, is the continuous revision and reassessment of specific interventions based on the epidemiology of the disease and the resources available. Numerous protocols, guidelines, and recommendations have been developed over the last 17 months, all aimed at reducing the risk of the importation and/or the transmission of COVID-19 in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. These protocols, guidelines, and recommendations include: 1, restriction of travelers from certain high-risk countries; 2, repatriation of crew members. 3, entry protocols for general travelers by air. 4, entry protocols for travelers on yachts. 5, deported Vincentian nationals. 6, working quarantine. 7, conduct of mass gatherings. 8, entry protocol for travelers to bubble resorts. 9, guidance on the reopening of schools. 10, cruise protocols. 11, recommendations for the conduct of sporting events. And 12, recommendations for the conduct of graduation ceremonies. Madam Speaker, the protocol for phase 1 of the series of protocols guiding the entry of travelers to St. Vincent and the Grenadines was issued on June 17, 2020, and required that all travelers be tested for COVID-19 on arrival and quarantine at home. Over the following 13 months, the entry protocol was changed to ensure that the following objectives are met. Objectives: to establish the risk of the arriving traveler introducing new COVID-19 to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to minimize exposure of residents of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to new COVID-19, early identification of potential exposure to new COVID-19, and early containment of new COVID-19. On June 9, 2021, the protocol for the entry of travelers phase 14 commenced. This protocol allowed fully vaccinated travelers to quarantine for 48 hours, either in an approved transition hotel or in a private residence if the residence was empty or occupied by only fully vaccinated persons. All occupants in the private residence would be required to quarantine along with the traveler. The option to quarantine in the private residence required applying for permission at least 2 weeks prior to the scheduled date of arrival, along with the submission of evidence of vaccination of each traveler and occupant of the private residence. The home quarantine option was discontinued with the commencement of phase 15 of the entry protocol on July 13, 2021, because of the assessed high risk of exposure of residents of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to COVID-19 as a result of the following. 1, non-compliance of travelers and occupants of the private residence with the strict home quarantine requirements, similar, of course, to experiences of 2020, which resulted in the outbreak of December 2020. You know, we had a spike at that time, Madam Speaker. 2, incidents of variants of concern in fully vaccinated travelers in other CARICOM member states, resulting in new outbreaks. The June 2021 outbreak in St. Kitts Nevis was reported to be due to the introduction of the Lambda variant of SARS-CoV-2 in a fully vaccinated traveler. 3, incidents of fake vaccination cards and PCR results. And this was a major concern, Madam Speaker. Incidents of fake vaccination cards and PCR results. 4, few requests to stay in a private residence with fully vaccinated occupants, and therefore the option did not serve as an incentive for local vaccination. The decision to discontinue the option of home private residence quarantine has already proven to have been correct, with the detection of 3 COVID-19 positive fully vaccinated travelers who arrived with negative PCR test results. We will continue this protocol, Madam Speaker, until it is deemed safe to do otherwise. Thank you very much.
You have a supplement.
Supplementary, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your response, but I'd just like to ask if you would be able to provide the amount or the estimated amount of revenue generated from persons quarantined in government-approved hotels, guest houses arriving to this country. Just
No, I can't even guess, because they are not connected to us in that way. We say that we would approve these hotels and guest houses, but we have no control over, for instance, how much they charge and that kind of thing.
Question number 10.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask question number 10, standing in my name, to the Honorable Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Information Technology. 1, what is the fiscal position of the government for the second quarter of 2021? 2, Would the Honorable Minister kindly outline the key factors which affected this position and what measures were taken to mitigate or enhance these factors? Mitigate against or enhance these factors. And 3, would the Honorable Minister kindly highlight the differences, if any, between Q1 and Q2 which impacted this position?
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable members, and I want to thank now and going forward the honorable member for East Kingstown for reviving the tradition of his predecessor, his predecessor in East Kingstown, making the fiscal outturn a feature of our conversations. I lamented its departure from parliamentary discourse because there was quite a period when it no longer seemed to be of interest to the members of the opposition. And I'm very, very happy to see that among his limited questions under the rules, the honorable member for East Kingstown is now carrying on the tradition of former representative Honorable Annem Eustace in this regard. And I hope that it continues, is the point. At the close of the second quarter of this year, fiscal surpluses were generated on the overall and current accounts of 0.04 million overall and 12.76 million on the current account. The primary balance also returned a surplus of 12.76 million. During the second quarter, total current revenue amounted to 181.56 million, while current spending totaled 168.8 million. Inflows from capital receipts amount to 40.49 million, while PSIP expenditure was $60.23 million. The current revenue, $141.26 million in Q1, $181.56 million in Q2. Current expenditure, $147.2 million in Q1, $168.8 in Q2, and I'll discuss some of those factors as you requested. The improvement in the fiscal balance in the second is mainly attributable to increases in revenue from current and capital sources. The key factors driving the revenue performance were, first, buoyancy in the real estate market on Mustique, and I've discussed this previously before this Honorable House, better tax administration by the Inland Revenue Department, and significantly the withdrawal of $15 million from the contingencies fund to fund relief and humanitarian expenditure on account of the volcanic eruption. So there was that injection of $15 million from the contingencies fund. Yes. If you recall how the law is structured, it's set aside, but then it has to be brought to book by warrant and then spent from the account in that way. The growth in revenue was moderated by increases in spending, or naturally the need to provide relief support to the population displaced by the explosive eruptions of La Soufrière, need to provide by ramping up implementation of the public sector capital program. So we've tried to be targeted. I weren't here when we were debating the supplementary estimate, but this is essentially a rehash of, well, a realization of the objectives that we enunciated in that supplementary debate. The financial management strategy executed during the second quarter focused on prioritizing relief expenditure and implementation of shovel-ready projects to respond to the human needs as a result of the volcanic disaster, to provide employment, and to drive growth where possible, or in reality, probably to minimize contraction more so than to drive growth, given the challenges that we're facing. The differences between quarter one and quarter two, I mentioned a couple of them. Let me just give you a few more. As I said, current revenue went up 28.5% quarter over quarter, 141.25 to 181.56. Of that, taxes on income and profit went up 5.5%, 28.5 million versus 38.6 million. Taxes on property went up 187.6%. Of course, that's consequent on the Mustique sales. 15.68 to 45 million. Taxes on goods and services fell 6.5%, 45 to 42 million. Taxes on international trade was flat. Compensation of employees essentially flat, went up 2.3% quarter over quarter, 82.2 to $84 million. Interest payments from 11 to $12 million. Goods and services 17.8 to 19.5. You know, there or thereabouts. So the current balance in quarter one was in negative 6.03 million. And it's in the positive surplus 12.76 million on the current account. And capital revenue in quarter one was 4.65 million, and it was 40.5 million in the second quarter. Relative to quarter one, the fiscal position of the second quarter improved, moving from an overall deficit to an overall surplus. This was influenced mainly by increases in current revenue and of 28.5% and capital revenue over 700%. As highlighted above, this was largely on the account of increased collections of taxes on property, taxes on income and profit, and capital receipts for relief and reconstruction. Current revenue increased in quarter two by 40 million compared by quarter one. Similarly, capital revenue yielded 35.8 million more in quarter two than quarter one. The growth in revenue was moderated, of course, again by increases in current and capital expenditure. The expansion in current revenue mainly reflected higher collections from taxes on property, which amounted to 45 million, up from 29 million. The stronger performance of this tax was driven by a number of high-value property transactions that occurred in the Grenadines during the period. Revenue collected from taxes on income and profits also contributed to the overall increase in the revenue taken in the second quarter of the year. Recurrent expenditure and capital expenditure also went up, thereby tempering the impact of growth in revenue. The 14.6% increase in recurrent expenditure chiefly reflected a 45% growth in transfers, and this transfers was mainly related to grants to other agencies, which amounted to 21.27 million in quarter two. Capital expenditure moved from 4.6 million in quarter one to 40.5 million in quarter two. And capital expenditure in quarter two included 10.8 million for volcano recovery and reconstruction program and 12.25 million for the La Soufrière eruption disaster relief program. I'm obliged.
I have a supplementary question, Honorable Member.
I appreciate your patience, Madam Speaker, and those of the other honorable members. But just a supplementary. I know you have touched on the buoyancy in spending primarily because of the response to the volcanic eruptions, and of course that is going to taper off at some point in time. And you also mentioned about minimizing contraction rather than emphasizing growth. In fact, the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank just indicated that the sub-region experienced like a 14-point-something% economic inactivity, not reduction in growth, so to speak. So my supplementary to you, Honorable Minister of Finance, is after we get through this period after the bleeding stops, what are your maybe one or two or three major areas of emphasis to ensure that we sort of continue in that trajectory?
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Honorable Member. It's important to note in the preamble to the supplementary that the Honorable Member for East Kingstown mentioned a regional contraction in excess of 14% in the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union. Of the independent countries in the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, St. Vincent and the Grenadines had the smallest contraction. Everybody contracted. Some contracted up to 25%. So what he referred to was the average, which was 14%. Our contraction was on the order of about 5%, 4.7%. The reason that our contraction was less severe related to a couple of things. One was that there was never a shutdown. So there was still some limited activity that occurred in St. Vincent and the Grenadines that did not occur in other countries. Second is that our dependence on tourism is not as great as part of our economic mix as it is in some other countries. And at least prior to the volcano, agriculture and fisheries were buoyant. So we had some uplift there. Of course, the volcano has damaged significantly our agricultural output, but that will have a lagging effect. We'll see that probably in the next quarter as opposed to now. So our contraction was not as great as some other countries in the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union. Coming out of the volcano, coming out of the humanitarian phase of the volcanic response, as more and more people return to their homes, as more and more people are no longer require the type of humanitarian support that we have been providing to vast portions of the population. One significant driver of near-term growth will be construction, because there's a significant amount of home building that has to be done. There's a fair amount of bridge building that has to be done. There's a fair amount of state expenditure related to the volcanic eruption, but not related to the humanitarian aspects of the volcanic eruption. So construction will be a huge near-term driver of economic activity. A second one, and this is very much COVID permitting, will be the return to tourism. The Honorable Minister of Tourism mentioned earlier that we, for the first time in the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines this year, we'll be receiving flights from the United Kingdom, 2 cities in the United States, Canada. We will also be receiving this year 244 cruise ship calls. That's not a lot of cruise ship calls until you compare the fact that last year we received 0. So we believe that COVID permitting, and that's why we have to have a very reasoned and rational conversation this afternoon about vaccinations. But COVID permitting, we believe that the return to tourism activity will also boost growth in the near term. This year, we don't expect tourism to rebound significantly, but next year we're expecting a significant rebound as not only activity hopefully returns to normal or returns to a new normal with bubble hotels and the like and airlift returns, but also as room stock increases. Another part of the construction aspect, other than state construction, is private sector construction. There are a number of hotels that are going to be built. The Sandals Beaches Resort, for example, they plan to spend $110 million between now and a scheduled opening of April 2023 and hire over 1,000 Vincentians, not to employ them as hoteliers. I'm talking about on the construction side of the hotel. They have a very accelerated timeline. So that should drive construction. The start of construction of the Marriott Resort will begin before year end. The construction of the Holiday Inn Express has already begun in terms of civil works and foundational works, but the actual erection of the hotel itself will also begin this year. So there's some significant hospitality sector construction initiatives. There's some expected growth in the tourism returns, and any growth when it's this low is welcome. And we believe that in the near term, those will be 2 main drivers. Agriculture is is iffy. We're still evaluating, as the Prime Minister indicated in one of your earlier questions, the extent to which agriculture has been set back. And the reality is, and Senator Bruce would also know this, the reality is that even if some farmers who are in shelters now, and Senator John would also be aware of this, even if they got back to their land tomorrow, they would not have a crop to sell for another 9 months, sometimes more. They have to clear the ash off the land. They have to replant. Depends on what crop they have. If it's a short crop or a long crop, if it's a banana or a potato. There are many, many months before agricultural production will return. So in the near term, we're looking at construction, and we're looking at hospitality. And there's some very important hospitality initiatives that have yet to be announced in the Grenadines, but we believe they will drive significant growth in the near term as well. I'm obliged.
Question number 11. Honorable Senator Bruce.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to ask question number 11, standing in my name, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Forestry, Fisheries, Rural Transformation, Industry, and Labor. The fishing industry plays a pivotal role to fisher folk. Recently, there have been episodes of fisher folk missing at sea. One of the main issues raised was the lack of communication devices to locate these fisher folk. Will the Honorable Minister please state, 1, what is currently being done to assist fisher folks to address the problem with communication devices and life-saving amenities such as VHF radios and life jackets, etc.? 2, is there any planned training by the Ministry of Agriculture to assist fisher folk organizations in the capacity building of their members? And 3, if not, will there be such an undertaking?
Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 11 addresses issues touching and concerning the safety of our fishermen at sea. And very important that we recognize that as an archipelagic state, we have very large expanse of water. Over the past several years, the Fisheries Division has observed that the number of safety equipment utilized by our fishers to carry out their daily activities while at sea can be improved. As part of the mandate of the Fisheries Division, a policy decision was made to develop a basic fisherman training course manual for the training of new and existing fishermen. In March 2018, with the assistance of JICA, which is the Japan International Cooperation Agency, 200 manuals were produced and distributed to our fishers. The Fisheries Division was able to procure a small number of equipment under the Carifico project to train and retool 25 boat operators and captains in safety at sea techniques. They received safety equipment such as life jackets, VHF radios with digital select switches and compasses. The Fisheries Division will be hosting a series of training sessions for fishermen under the Climate Change Adaptation of the Eastern Caribbean Fisheries Sector Project, CC4 FISH. The project aims to increase resilience and reduce vulnerability to climate change impacts in the Eastern Caribbean fisheries sector through the introduction of adaptation measures in fisheries management and capacity building for the fisher folk. The division was able to procure some equipment such as VHF radios, life jackets, and compasses under the CC4 Fish project to train and retool 200 fishers in safety at sea. The training will begin on the 23rd of August, 2021. Madam Speaker, this program was put on hold, one, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and it was seen unreasonable to ask 200 persons to come together in small spaces because there's an indoor teaching exercise that has to take place. But we have now remedied that, and we also had the interruption of the volcanic eruptions of La Soufrière. The main purpose of the training is to improve the safety practices of the fishers, to reduce the risk of getting lost at sea in the case of an accident while at sea, and also in extreme weather events. The overall goal is to minimize the occurrences of fishermen being lost at sea. The facilitators for the training sessions will be the extension unit staff within the Fisheries Division and the officers of the Coast Guard. The proposed training will consist of 6 training sessions, and each session will be held over a period of 3 days and will be executed over a period of 6 to 8 weeks according to the fishing zones. Each primary fisherfolk cooperative is requested to submit 25 names of their members for the training. We have received names from the organizations. I just want to underscore a very important point as we're on it. We had a call by the fisherfolk organizations for the issuance of ID cards for fishermen, and we have started the process, and cards are being issued. The Fisheries Division has been working with the National Fisherfolk Organization, inclusive of its primary organizations, to build the capacity of their members since the organization was registered in March of 2012. The division undertook a number of livelihood projects funded by several regional funding agencies that were geared towards sustainable livelihoods for the fisherfolk. Some of these initiatives are: 1, training in the construction and deployment of fish aggregating devices, known as FADs, through the Caribbean Fisheries Co-Management Project, CARIFICO. JICA has also assisted, and the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, the CRFM, is assisting in the process. 2, there was a livelihood project that made provision of equipment that allowed fishers and their families to engage in the preparation of fish cuisine as a way of sustainable livelihood. This project was conducted jointly with the Eastern Caribbean Marine Managed Areas Network. We know that in communities like Guave, you see it in Gros Islet and in Oistins, there are fisherfolk organizations actually involved not only in having the one-hour fish fest, but participate on a daily basis in ensuring that fish cuisine is available to the general public, and they get more from their returns because of the extra participation in the value chain. 3, there's been a strengthening of the Caribbean fisherfolk participation in governance. There was a workshop which was hosted by Canary to strengthen the financial and business planning capacity of St. Vincent and the Grenadines National Fisherfolk Cooperative Society Limited, and affiliate fisherfolk cooperatives, with the assistance from the Caribbean Natural Resource Institute. 4, there was the climate change adaptation in the Eastern Caribbean fishery sector program, which was conducted by the FAO. I think that this question is coming out of a public discussion about the training that has to take place and the equipment that are currently still in the possession of the government that we will hand over to the fisher folk. So I just want the Honorable Senator to be aware that it is not because of any ill will or any tardiness on the part of the Fisheries Division. In fact, our Chief Fisheries Officer and her staff, they're doing excellent work to advance the blue economy in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I want the Honorable Senator to rest assured that we are going to work within the COVID-19 protocols. I know that these protocols are evolving, but we're going to work with the Ministry of Health to ensure that we can deliver this important program to the fisher folk and to have the equipment in their hands so that they can take them to sea, especially since we are well aware that the hurricane season, we're in the hurricane season. Obliged, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, just before I go to question 12, I have a supplementary.
Yes.
As the Honorable Minister did raise the issue of ID, the ID cards for the fisher folks. I don't know if the Honorable Minister care to share with us whether or not his ministry is having particular difficulties in resolving the issue of the distribution of IDs to these fisher folks, and whether that is created part of the problem in terms of the distribution of the safety devices. And while he's at it, if you could tell us when did we receive those safety devices through the CC4 Fish program?
Honorable Member, I want to remind you that you are only permitted one supplementary question. I mean, I will allow some latitude to the minister because I understand the nature of the debate, but I must bring the rule to your attention. Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Yes, thank you very much again, Madam Speaker. On the issue of the ID cards, we wanted to issue these ID cards since in 2020. However, the technicians and the fisher folk noted that it was a period of general elections and that persons may not be as receptive to give information, and they don't want to confuse the process because you were having persons who are registering nationally for their ID cards to participate in the process of general elections. And we decided to wait. Hence, we are at this stage now. On the issue of the exact date when these equipment were given to the ministry, I do not have the exact date, but I could provide the exact date to you.
Question number 12.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Madam Speaker, I rise to ask question number 12, standing my name, of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Forestry, Fisheries, Rural Transformation, Industry, and Labor. The last affair volcanic eruptions have caused immense damages to the agricultural sector. While farmers who live in the red zone will be receiving 6 months financial assistance, there are those farmers who are not living in the red zone, but farming in the red zone. Will the Honorable Minister please state what arrangements has the Ministry of Agriculture put in place to ensure that these farmers receive the same 6 months assistance since their livelihood is also been disrupted? And 2, if no arrangement is in place, how soon can we expect these farmers to benefit from this assistance?
Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question 12 addresses issues touching and concerning the implementation of the income support program pursuant to the supplementary estimates of 2021 passed in the House of Assembly on the 11th of May 2021. The issue raised by the Honorable Senator misstates exactly what he wants to represent as the issue arising in the general public, because it says in the question, there are farmers who are not living in the red zone, and I made the correction, not zones, red zone, but who are farming in the red zone. Once you're farming in the red zone, you will receive your income support. But I just want to explain the problem that arose, and we have solved it. We have solved the problem, and I want to explain it by way of an example. But first, to preface the example with the policy. The policy is that all farmers in the country, once you are the holder of a farmer's ID, that you will receive income support payment at least once, whether you're from the yellow, green, red, or orange zones. But that the farmers and fishers from the red and orange zones only will continue to receive payments up to the end of the year. So those farmers from the yellow zone, from the green zone, they already receive their one-off payment. Also, those from the red and orange zones received their first payment. But Madam Speaker, on the back of the ID card, it says your farm location, and that is what we go by, not where you live. But the issue that the Honorable Senator is getting at, there is a farmer from Bayabu who, when he registered to get his farmer's ID, he placed farm location Bayabu. Subsequently, he went to Orange Hill and also started to farm. When the first payment was made, of course, he would wish to collect his money in Georgetown, because the persons in Georgetown will get monies up until the end of the year. When he went to Georgetown, he's told, your name is not here, your name is in Bayabu. So he comes to the ministry and says, I am not collecting my money at Bayabu because I know Bayabu is only a one-off payment. I want my name to get on the list to be paid in Georgetown. What we simply do, well, we can't erase what is on the back of the card. We note the query, and we have all those query forms, and they're taken to the extension officer in Georgetown for the Georgetown district for Region 3. And the extension officer will say, Mr. Fargus, who farms in Bayabu, also farms in Orange Hill. And even though he received his first payment as a yellow zone farmer, he has to receive payments continuously for the end of the year, because he also farms in the red zone. So that issue has been addressed, and it was very interesting, Madam Speaker, Honorable Senator, to note the number of farmers who are farming in multiple zones and the number of farmers who are farming in the red zone who are not from the red zone. and they go up in the morning. Some persons go to Congo Valley, whether it's in the orange zone. Some persons live in Arnesville and have farms in Magom. And this is the reality. So I am aware of the issue. We have addressed the issue. And if I may just give the Honorable House some more information, that is one of the main reasons we did not pay the income support at the end of July, because we had to clean up the list and move some persons onto the list who were not on the initial red zone list. And we are going to make the payment, which will be the second payment for the red and orange zone farmers. And this payment will be made sometime next week. And I was assured by the technicians in the ministry that the farmers most likely will get two payments in August. One for the July payment, the middle of August, and one to the end, for the end of August. I hope that I was able to clarify any issues raised by the Honorable Senator. Madam Speaker, I'm obliged.
Yes. Honorable Senator Bruce, you have...
No supplementary, please, Madam
Okay,
Speaker.
very well. So question number 13 then.
Madam Speaker, I rise to ask question number 13, standing in my name, to ask of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Forestry, Fisheries, Rural Transformation, Industry, and Labor. In March 2020, the Minister of Agriculture made mention of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Coronavirus Food Security and Mitigation Plan. Will the Honorable Minister please give us an update on the ongoing implementation of that plan, and two, outline the role played by these stakeholders, namely secondary school agriculture teachers, farmers, and the churches.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I take that in part too. You're referring to the role played in the implementation of the plan. Madam Speaker, this question touches and concerns the Coronavirus Food Security and Mitigation Plan of 2020. This was clearly articulated in the supplementary estimates of 2020. And I want the Honorable Senator to follow me closely. That plan was implemented in 2020 and ended in December of 2020. It was an immediate response to the start of the pandemic when we came to the House and we addressed the issue in the supplementary estimates. As to how are we going to address through the agriculture sector, to fisheries, forestry, the immediate economic situation that we were faced with as it pertained to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now it's 2021. So we are not now operating under the estimates of revenue and expenditure of 2020. We're operating under the estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2021 and the supplementary estimates for 2021. So there's no ongoing implementation because that program has been closed. And I'll just give one example. The Coronavirus Food Security and Mitigation Plan spoke about the Love Box initiative. That did not roll over automatically. There's a whole new initiative. There are similarities, but there are many differences, and it's now called the Care Packages Program. 2021, the estimates of revenue and expenditure and the supplementary estimates of 2021 will include in principle, Honorable Senator, some of the facets coming out of the Coronavirus Food Security and Mitigation Plan of 2020, but that is closed. You will see, for example, and I could provide for you what took place under the plan. For example, we We spent $2.5 million on the Love Box initiative. We operationalized under that plan Lanley Park, for example. But under the supplementary estimates of 2021, we can't use Lanley Park. It's a different initiative, but the general policy continued. And the budget for it is different. Under the plan mentioned in the question, for example, we had income support, but that income support, everybody received a one-off payment, and that's a different program than the one we have now. So we still have income support, but now we have divided it up into zones. There was the distribution of livestock, 220 pigs, 13 cattle, 165 sheep, 78 goats. There was tractor services given of close to 50 acres. We had a distribution of close to 150,000 vegetable seedlings and 1,000 saplings. And on the issue as to how the secondary school teachers, agriculture teachers, I'm coming from an area where I know that the North Union Secondary School had one of the best programs in the country also, the Bishop's College Kingstown, and an excellent program. We have reached out as a ministry to the teachers. We reached out to the teachers and they provided technical support. Some persons even made provisions for their school farm program to be used to assist in the rolling out of the program in 2020. The farmers basically brought their goods to the different buying centers and participated in ramping up the production. And the churches, we are well aware that in 2020, when we had the rolling out of the Love Box initiative, that many churches participated in the distribution of the boxes. Some churches refrained from participating because they said that it was a period bordering an election, and they didn't want to participate in a government program that some persons may think is giving an advantage to one side or a disadvantage to the other. So some churches did not participate, but most churches participated, and we had no control over who got these boxes. In fact, there are some persons who said that that when the boxes went to some institutions, they basically looked for the members. Well, that's one of the reasons we gave them to the churches, so that we did not have to incur the transportation costs, the heavy transportation costs. We took the boxes to the churches and they did the redistribution. So, and this will continue in the 2021 rollout of the supplementary estimates. But just to note that there's a slightly different flavor in 2021, where the target now is more about volcanic recovery. And we heard a while ago the Honorable Member for East St. George, the Minister of Finance, noted that as a ministry, even though we got the monies for the supplementary estimates, we could not go and rush to spend that money that is under production. On the production side, it's easy to give the income support, but we had to wait on NEMO so that we get the green light that it is good now to go and reinvest significant sums in the red and orange zones, because what we didn't want to do is you go in too early, you start replanting, and there's another explosive eruption. Since I'm on it, just before I take my seat, if you may permit me, Madam Speaker, there was an issue which was raised by the Honorable Prime Minister, and it has to do with animals on the loose in the red and orange zones, but particularly in the red zone. And the ministry has launched Operation Tieback. We told you to let your animals on loose, those that we could not take to different holding areas. And we're asking you, and I'm asking from the Parliament, we had an official launch of the program, but the ministry will be providing ropes and persons to assist you in getting these animals tied, because there are many farmers, very industrious farmers in North Windward and North Leeward. They have gone back, they have planted their potatoes, they have rehabilitated their fields, only to find out on a morning you go there and you see a big bull cattle in your corn, in your potato. And I see the Honorable Senator John is laughing because she's well aware of and she said to kill and eat, but we can't promote that because it could lead to a breakdown of solidarity. So I hope that I have addressed the question. I'm obliged, Madam Speaker.
Yes. All right. Question. You have a supplementary question?
No, please, lady, no.
Okay. Yes. Question number 14. Honorable Senator John.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, honorable members. I stand to ask question number 14 in my name to the Honorable Minister of Urban Development, Energy, Airports, Seaports, Grenadines Affairs, and the local government. The communities above the Rabuka Dry River have been severely impacted from the La Soufrière explosive eruption and by Hurricane Elsa. As a result, many homes were destroyed and there are structural damages to others. Would the Honorable Minister please state, 1, the policies in place for the restoration of electricity to homes in the red zone, and 2, the assistance that will be given to homeowners to enable them to rewire their homes if required.
Honorable Minister of Urban Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the honorable member for the question on her favorite part of this part of paradise. The electricity infrastructure north of the Rabuka Dry River was impacted by the explosive eruptions from La Soufrière. I've sought reports from both sides to give you a fair response. VINLEC and the Electrical Inspectorate. I'm giving you VINLEC's presentation. With the knowledge that homes were damaged as a result of the eruptions, the company took the decision to leave the area without electricity after power was interrupted to the area on April 10th. You remember that's when we had the island-wide blackout, which lasted many hours. At the request of the Soufrière Monitoring Unit to have power restored to some monitoring sites, the company carried out minor maintenance to the electricity infrastructure and restored power in the main lines up to Owia during the week of 25th of April. In doing so, power was restored to a few of the public facilities and the telecommunications infrastructure in the area north of Rabuka. In the process of restoring power to these facilities, a very small number of homes, because of their proximity to these facilities, were reconnected to the electricity supply. Knowing that the area was declared an evacuation zone and consequently residents had evacuated the area, VINLEC did not restore power to homes, especially when it was not yet possible to determine which homes were safe to be reconnected to the electricity supply. Hurricane Elsa visited on the 25th of June, and during the passage, the electricity infrastructure north of the river again suffered damage. However, the damage to the road infrastructure has led to a delay in carrying out the necessary repairs. An aggressive road cleaning program is ongoing, and Vinlec line trucks are moving in as areas are cleared. In relation to the reconnection of homes to the electricity system, this is a process. This is currently in process. The Electrical Inspectorate Division of the Ministry of Transport and Works is currently conducting an assessment of homes, and the homes assessed by the Chief Electrical Inspector are being safe for the reconnection of the electricity supply are reconnected. And it gives a list, which is repeated in the report from the Electrical Inspectorate. The reinspection, this is from the Electrical Inspectorate in the Ministry of Transport and Works. The reinspection of homes in the red zone began on the 29th of June 2021. The Electrical Inspectorate was empowered with 10 additional temporary staff. The data as of July 30th, 2021. The areas covered are Richmond to Chateaubelair on the leeward side, Orange Hill, Turuma, Overland, Noel, Magum, Sandy Bay on the windward side. Total houses inspected, 1,173. Houses not inspected due to the unavailability of homeowners, 553. Houses requiring complete rewiring, 48. Houses failed inspection due to pre-existing conditions, 146. Houses that need remedial work due to damage caused by the volcanic eruption and Elsa was 197. Remedial works are being carried out by BRAGSA and assistance from the Electrical Inspectorate Division. To date, 76 of these houses have already been remedied. 17 houses are qualified for the Electrical Inspectorate's renewal project at 40. This project was instituted by the department to assist vulnerable persons in society who have what they call the first edition of wiring. That's an old method, the fuse board as their isolation. These are being upgraded to the 18th edition of wiring, which includes residual current device, RCDs protection. The government, with assistance from the Electrium Sales Limited of the UK, last year, 2020, upgraded 40 such homes and will be doing another 40 under this program. This year, the project has already begun for the year. 3 houses already completed, 2 in Chateaubelair and 1 in Orange Hill. That's under this program. And then there is also the Lights to Live program, where homes with children of school age without electricity are being provided with electricity. 28 of these homes were completed last year, and others will be carried out under this program. This Lights to Live program is a coordination between central government and VINLEC for this purpose, and we will use that for that specific purpose. Just to give you an idea of the houses, they gave me a breakdown of the number of houses that have electricity in that area, not reconnected, but are customers of VINLEC. Orange Hill is 447, Sandy Bay is 365, OVS 292, Fancy is 167, that makes 1,271. And Vinlex customers on the leeward side, Chateaubriand 243, 130 is Miss Lawrence, Barracks is 196, and Richmond is 323, make 892. So 2,163 homes, 1173 have been re-inspected, and the remaining houses to be inspected is 990. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Those other persons who are not catered for under the two programs I mentioned, once there is work to be done in their electrical installation, the government under the rehabilitation program will take care of those matters.
Thank you very much, Minister, and I hold you accountable for that.
I am very comfortable.
Question number 15?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I rise to ask question number 15, standing in my name, to the Honorable Minister of National Mobilization, Social Development, Family, Gender Affairs, Youth, Housing, and Informal Settlement. Social protection policies are implemented by government to help reduce poverty and vulnerability in a country. Could the Honorable Minister please state, 1, the percentage of persons from the red zone who are benefiting from the government's public assistance, and 2, why persons are removed from the public assistance list without them being informed? Thank you.
Honorable Minister of National Mobilization.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Senator, for the question. The census district that comprises the red zone accounts for a minimum total of 4,342 persons, or an equivalent of 1,110 households, of which the public assistance provides some sort of support to a total of 51.6% of the red zone population before the evacuation. And this came at a total cost of $1.8 million. Madam Speaker, on numerous occasions, public assistance is often confused for poor relief. So when we state that 51.6% of persons from the red zone receive some sort of public assistance, let it be known that this is not poor relief. Because, Madam Speaker, through the public assistance program, the poor and the vulnerable are provided access to different support mechanisms, which covers immediate and emergency support. And this would help with meals and basic amenities, the school uniform assistance program, medical grants, funeral grants, material and rental assistance for persons affected by fire or other natural disasters. So this support is provided on a one-time basis or a regular and monthly basis for a determined period. So this is just one of the mechanisms. The other mechanism is the National Assistance Fund, or poor relief, which I assume the Honorable Senator is making reference to. Now, with this program, Madam Speaker, grants are provided to over 4,775 persons, paying $275 for folks under the age of 65 years and $300 for those over 65 years, and this is done per month. This support covers persons with disabilities,
the elderly poor, and terminally ill persons. Now, these persons must be validated. And this is done either through getting information as to if they are receiving another pension, or through proof of disability or incapacity of employment for those who are deemed disabled and sick. So, Madam Speaker, prior to Lassafre, I highlighted that 51.6% of the folks in the red zone receive some sort of public assistance. However, the public assistance is continuing post-eruption. Packages for some 1,094 families from the red zone, which is an equivalent of $3.1 million. And this is done as a joint venture between various organizations along with the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. These organizations are WFP, ADRA, Caritas, and Red Cross, and there are a few others. So that is the answer to part one. The answer to part two, Madam Speaker, the second part. The reason is quite obvious why someone would be removed from a public assistance list. It includes death of the recipient, and this is verified by the registry. For the children who was on some form of support, the completion of their education, whether it's secondary or tertiary. Migration is another reason why someone would be removed. Incarceration, someone who is on the program who is in prison, whether it's for a temporary or long term, whether it's for a short term or long term. And there's a critical aspect of this, which we sometimes overlook, which is a certificate of verification, which is provided from the ministry yearly. And this certificate must be signed by a reputable member of society, notably a justice of peace or notary public, as to a person who is on a public assistance program to continue. And sometimes it takes months before the ministry receives some of these certificates, and this can not remove them from the public assistance, but put a halt on it temporarily until it is verified these certificates are brought in. Much obliged, Madam Speaker. Hope that suffices, Honorable Senator.
Honorable Senator John.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your answer.
We move to question number 16.
Yes, I rise to ask question number 16, standing in my name.
Yes.
To the Honorable Minister of National Mobilization, Social Development, Family, Gender Affairs, Youth, Housing, and Informal Settlement. The people south of the Rabica Dry River have resettled into their communities, and psychosocial support is needed in these communities to help affected persons cope. To this end, physical space is necessary to host community activities. The community center in Dixon, North Windward, has been in need of renovation for over 10 years. Will the Honorable Minister please state if there are any plans to renovate the community center, and two, how soon this work is expected to begin? Thank you.
Minister of National Mobilization.
Thank you again, Honorable Senator, for the question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Dixon Community Center, as you mentioned, it was constructed 10 years ago with the intention of having 2 floors. Currently, the roof is a concrete roof, and the windows of that structure is constructed from wood. This created a lot of challenges over the years to host indoor activities. One of the issues that was reported is that there's reduced ventilation within the building, which at times makes it very hot. And this is one of the reasons why the center, even though it was there, it was being underutilized. currently, the facility is in need of repair. However, a major concern with this facility is the concrete roof. As it has been exposed for quite some time now to the natural elements, there must be a reassessment as to the safety and how structurally sound this building is. So before we can proceed to make any plans of renovation, we must ensure the safety of folks who are going to utilize the center, and I am sure that you would share that sentiment. So as an interim measure, we have the Georgetown Community Center, which can be looked at as an alternative to host community activities. And once there is a reassessment by structural engineers as to how structurally sound this building is, because it is a concern. I don't want to put anybody into a community center that is deemed unsafe. So as soon as we get that, we would know how to proceed with that center. Much obliged.
Supplementary.
You're
Yes.
telling me that there is going to be some form of assessment done.
Yes.
So how soon?
Well, as soon as, because it would be a collaborative effort between the Ministry of, I'm only the minister that is responsible for community centers. I do not have a structural engineer in my ministry. So we would have to collaborate with the other ministry in order to get that done. And I would make that request as soon as possible. Much obliged.
Yes. Madam Clerk?
Orders of the day. Item. Item. Yes.
Sorry? Number 2.
Item number 2, Securities Bill 2021.
Honorable Minister of Finance. Oh, I see an indication coming from the Honorable. I've recognized the Honorable Minister of Finance, but I see an indication coming from the Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I actually think that we have had a long morning. We are now into the evening.
Yes.
And yes, the business of the government has to go on.
Yes.
And I realize that we have really gone past what we would consider lunch time. And that while we have to break for lunch, I am mindful of the normal 2 hours that we'd normally have. And so, on a matter of being cautious, I would want to raise under 12.5 that the proceeding hours of today's sitting be exempted from the provision of the standing order hours of sitting.
Yes. Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings of today's sitting be exempted from the provisions of the standing orders, hours of sitting. As many as are of that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Yes, Honorable.
Therefore, I now, Madam Speaker, can move the suspension of today's sitting for the luncheon period. It is now 3 o'clock. I think we'll be back at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the question is that the sitting of the House stands suspended for the luncheon period until 5 p.m. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. House stands suspended until 5.
Diabetes is among the top 3 leading causes of death